welcome to the humanity, where we do the things with the stuff for the people. I am Matt.
And I'm Tommy, now with 30% more face.
Oh, more face.
Yeah, sorry for anyone who didn't see the post earlier about the beard shaving. But yeah, here it is. And honestly, I'm kind of liking it. Like, mostly just for the feels, like the look. I guess it's all right, but that's not really what I was going for. Just going for what will be like the lowest maintenance, but still have something. And this is what I did. I did kind of do it in phases. Like, I did, like, as I was shaving it off, I did, like, just leave the goatee part. And I was like, it was still like, even just that part, it was like, if I only had this, you could really tell how thin my beard actually was. Because I was actually, I mean, I knew it was thin. That was one of the main reasons I shaved it off, because it's like how patchy and not really awesome it was. But I remember after shaving all the hair off and like looking in the trash can, like there was maybe only about like a ball of hair like that big.
Yeah, like even when I trimmed this like a lot, I looked in there and it's just not that much.
Yeah. So
you made a comment about the thing that I laughed at. You said something about like how little can I have and still have something, and I was like, there's a joke in there about your marriage somewhere.
Oh, thank you. But,
I don't know what it is for sure, but it's definitely in there.
I'll think about it, see what I can come up with. But yeah, so far, like I said, I'm liking it, and like I said, mainly just for how. Yeah, I mean, other than like, I mean, this does mean more shaving, but I mean, I'm already shaving the head, just adding a little more. But as far as just the day to day, like, I don't gotta wash it with anything special. Don't gotta be combing it and brushing it and doing all like the oils and the balms and the butters and all that. So, yeah.
All your B's, triple B.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But yeah, so far, yeah, the kids. I'm actually a little disappointed with how little my kids seem to care, honestly. but I got another humorous remark from my daughter about it, because the first time a couple years ago when I just shaved everything completely off, her response was, "You look like you sound like a frog," and I'm still not sure how to take that. She got a little more elaborate this time. She said, "You look like a Norman." But you look like a Norman who just retired from being a lawyer for 50 years, and you're growing facial hair for the first time and finally starting to look for happiness. And I'm like,
holy shit, that was elaborate.
I know. I guess I'm
not sure if it's an insult.
I'm still not sure either. Chat, let me know what you think. So it looks like I'm confusing people already. Yeah. Hi.
If you see me, everybody, if you see me like tilt back to look at the screen, it's because like that's the most clear because of my bifocals. But yeah, I'm waiting to see if my other half will get my glasses from the car, or if I'm gonna have to run and go do it. Because looking this way, it's like just my eyes are drunk.
Well, let's work on getting the rest of us there. So what are you drinking there tonight, man?
Starting with another Seventh Son, my last Seventh Son Strong Ale, 7% American Strong Ale, and then after that I have straight rye whiskey.
Ooh, very nice. So yeah, also I forgot to say, Happy Pride Month, everybody, because it's June now, and we love our Pride and Pride buddies and whatever. So I was at the store today. So I tried a different beer store place. Still no rounding third, but I did pick up another Mad Tree beer that. I mean, it's not specifically for Pride, but it kind of makes me think of it because of how colorful the Seeing Colors Hazy IPA. So,
oh yeah, that is good.
Yeah, nice and tasty. Not a fan of the juicy version. I had that on tap at Mad Tree, and it was just like it tasted like it tastes like, I don't know if it is what they did to flavor it, but it tasted like artificial weirdness. But
I hope they're not doing that.
Yeah,
that's kind of
the OG, yeah, but the OG very good, very like nice and refreshing, but still an IPA. So Um, good shit.
There are some flavors that you have to cheat. Um, Peanut butter is one of them because you can't put fat in something you're going to ferment. That's just going to explode probably. You get super yeasties. I don't know.
Mhm.
And then I think it's hard to flavor something with chocolate because sometimes people cheat, but you can totally tell. That's one of those.
Yeah.
Just smells like a like it tastes like a chocolate candle would smell.
Yeah. Yeah. But but well, Aunt Jera with my new favorite Pride motto: "Gay the prey away."
Oh,
Hell yeah!
I love that. I forgot that was a saying. Oh, sunglasses off.
Yeah. Looked pretty cool there. But hi, Aaron, and thank you. Speaking of the chat, so first in tonight, commenting on the thumbnail that we have as just kind of the placeholder, like. But yeah, I thought this was pretty accurate. Tommy has us look like Matt just farted. Matt has a look staying like he's trying to channel Blue Steel from Zoolander as he attempts to squeeze out another fart just to spite Tommy.
Hey, that
Speaking
reminds
of
me.
elaborate, that's what this looks like. Things, yes.
I saw a really funny short video where a horse runs into like this clearing in the trees. There's like a bunch of, speaking of dogs, I was gonna say there were a bunch of dogs there. And it runs up, kicks a tree, and runs away and farts on all the dogs. Like three fart noises, one for each dog. It was like and like walked away.
That's fucking awesome. But speaking of fucking awesome, going back to the chat here. Hey, we got a Kelly who, remember, she's joining us on, I want to say July 8th, I think, is when we have Kelly on, or when we ever scheduled. That'll be an extra late start, 9:30. Because again, son has a baseball game, and I guess Kelly's also wanting to do another show beforehand. So, I don't mind. Like, she finally gets a Wednesday night off. Live your life, get in as much as you can. But who else we got here? We got Miranda, not feeling well, but here. Hey, if you doze off, no problem. I mean, Kip dozed off on camera a couple weeks ago, so no worries there. And we got a noise ending. So,
do you think he thought he was killing a bug, but like in the middle of killing a bug, he fell asleep and just isn't aware?
That is entirely possible.
Like, that's what I think our president's doing. I think I don't know if he's aware he's falling asleep. I think he thinks that he's just resting his eyes. Because you know how old people, like your grandparents, great grandparents, you watch them and they like nod off, and then all of a sudden, like minutes later, they're like boom, and then they look around like they totally pulled it off and no one noticed. I think they just don't know how long they were out.
Mm-hmm. Right. All right. Let's see who else we got. We got a John Gooderham. Hello. Tori Swansiger. Hello. And hey, Spooky's back. Hey, it's all right. I always understand. I guess people have other things going on in life, but
yeah, lives and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but double glazing sounds kinky. I don't know, but yeah. Sorry, Daniel. Yeah, like I said, it's more just I don't know. I think I would look weirder with just the mustache. I felt like I needed something down here, and I kept it long. Like I'm not gonna like trim it up and make it look all like fancy or anything, but yeah. Oh well, thank you.
I think it'd be funny if you dressed up like a cop for Halloween and rocked just the mustache. But like a British like constable,
Oh yes, with a monocle
with the little billy club.
I dig it. But yeah,
he's on a cord, and so then when they swing it around, to look tough, they just kind of look gay.
which is cool. But
no, nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that's probably not the look they're going for.
Yeah, but as far as like how I look, I've still like I did this last Thursday, so it's been almost a week. I still every now and then when I see myself in the mirror, it's a little jarring. Again, partially, every time I do this, I keep forgetting how much of a chin I don't have. So
Well,
I
now
think the
especially
beard.
when you do that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But
Right.
I think the beard makes it look like I have more chin than I actually have. So, but yeah, scrolling through the chat again, make sure I pointed out everyone who's here so far. If I missed you, let me know. And hey, we got Fox barrel roll. Yeah. Norman. Should I just change my name to Norman? Is that? But yes, I will. I too will take all the glazing. So, all right. I
Well,
think.
there should be
I
a
think.
double glazed donut for
Oh,
sure.
I missed the Nitty. Hello, Nitty.
Yo.
All right. So yeah. Anything else? Oh yeah. So the month of June, like I said, other than being Pride Month, kind of a lot going on. So I think we're planning on for our next. Well, this is. I guess I'll have to talk with them once they get on, or I might reach out to them another time. So the plan is for the next Crossroads sermon for the I guess the end of June. For people I've noticed, like we don't normally do Crossroads first week of the month, but this is a continuation from last week. It was a bit of a longer one, and we needed to end relatively earlier, so we didn't get through all of it.
Yeah, they
But
were ambitious.
yeah, it seems like most of their more recent ones are longer. So I don't know how we may have to do this more often. I don't know. I think especially because if we are doing the one we're planning on doing at the end of June, it's about science and faith. So we're going to have some people who are actually a lot smarter than us in those areas, namely Ember and Marin from Misinterpretations. But I'll have to reach out to them and ask if they want to do it this month because, you know, kind of similar to how we're starting late tonight, we'll probably also have to start late that evening as well. In fact, I was looking at my son's baseball schedule. Basically, 4 of the next 6 weeks, we're going to have to do the later start. So, and Matt, we can talk about this. I don't think I've mentioned this to you yet. I don't know if it's worth it to kind of keep bouncing back and forth or just for the next 6 weeks, just say we're starting at 9. I don't know. Do people like the 9 o'clock start? Do they prefer it earlier? I don't know.
I don't know.
But
I don't care.
yeah. Well, if it.
I don't know.
I
Like, is it like
Dave. Hello.
It's like 4 in a row, and then like wait, no.
Yeah, it would be like 2 and then 1 and then 2 and then 1 and then back and.
Oh, that could be confusing.
Yeah. So
yeah,
I mean, I wouldn't.
Maybe that's best if it's not a huge hassle for everybody.
Yeah. So people chat. Let us know if you're cool with us just starting at 9 for the next several weeks. Yeah. And honestly, if we like it, I don't know. I mean, Matt, I know because a lot of times when we're starting at 8, like you're coming like right home from work and then jumping right on. So I don't know if for you a 9 o'clock start works better. But
that probably won't be a concern because I'm going to move towards starting my work days earlier. So that if I have to run over, it's not, like evening when I get home.
Mm-hmm. But yes, I do. Sorry, as much as I love y'all, I do love my son more. But especially like, he's always loved baseball and like he's usually been like pretty good. But I think from last season to this season is probably the biggest improvement he's ever had. So it's really cool to see. So
that's cool.
Yeah. He's been playing a lot of third base. He had 2 really good like plays where he like fielded it cleanly and like threw the runner out from like all the way across, which it was impressive looking. He's had, I think, I can't remember like what all his stats are, but even like his hitting's a lot better. So I know. And hey, Bryce is here. Hey, appreciate it. So let's see who else. Oh, hey, over on the Facebook side, we got Chris. Hello.
Hey.
Sorry, are you clicking on something there?
No, it looks like 9's okay for most people. Some people it's kind of late. Yeah. I was just like watching it go by.
Oh, and speaking of Lizard Lass, hello. Don't think I called you out yet. How's it going? So yeah, like I said, but probably for the next several weeks it'll be 9 o'clock. So I guess sorry for those who don't like that, but I guess we'll just see how that goes. So yeah, I guess from now until I'll tell you in just a second, at least through July 8th, which is when Kelly is on. Actually, that'll be even later because we're starting at 9:30 that night. But so for the next 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 or 6 weeks, starting at 9 o'clock. Um, yeah, let us know what you think, and we'll let you know what we think of the later start as well. All right. Other than that, just kind of for me personally, a big thing coming up in the month of June. Um, for those who know, and I guess for those who don't, remember at this time 5 years ago, I was about to find out that I had stage 4 cancer. I already knew I had stage 3 at that point, but then it was in June of that year we found out it had like spread just everywhere. And that's coming up. So I guess my anniversary of that is coming up on June 14th. But it's a big deal for me because this will be 5 years, and apparently that's how one of their main milestones for measuring cancer survival rates is the 5 year survival rate, because they figure, well, if you're still alive in 5 years, you're probably good, kind of thing. So in a couple weeks here, I will be positively contributing to the 5 year survival rates for stage 4 melanoma, and I'm super proud. So. But excellent. Yes, Spooky. Like we haven't got to July yet, but yes, we are both going to be on Neil the 604 Atheists show in July. July is also going to be a big month. Yeah, I think I'm going to be on his show on the 11th, and then Matt will be on his show the next week at the 18th. And in between there, I think the 12th, that's the Ark Encounter protest that we'll be going to. Yeah. So, yeah.
And our country's 250 years old. And so there's going to be a big, like, awful, terrible, no good shindig.
Yep.
Which no one wants to play music at as an artist. So it might just be a rally.
Yeah.
Which will be so uncomfortable and sad. It's going to be awesome.
All right, let's see. Oh, looking at the chat more. Okay, so Jersey and Pacific. So yeah, more time. Oh, Miranda lives in a civilized time zone. I don't know what that means.
Are you in that weird mountain time zone area where it's just like Colorado and no one else?
I mean, there are other states, but no one lives there. But okay,
like Montana.
I do. I do appreciate this, but also my TISM has to point out my favorite Mastodon album is actually Leviathan, but Remission might be my second favorite. It's either that or Crack the Sky. Crack the Sky was really good, but yeah, just love me some Leviathan. All right. Yes, Chris, a 250th shindig at this rate. Thanks for the love for my, what I like to call one of my cancerversaries coming up. Yes, and Miranda remembers the Black Heart. Thank you.
Hey, Fox, I don't think Kid Rock will actually show up because he got ripped pretty good for that like fake halftime show thing.
Yeah.
Which wasn't even live. It was a recorded. Yeah. It was a recording they did over hours, and they kept having to move the audience around for different shots because there's different shots, and you'll see the same people in some of them because there weren't enough people at the live recording. Like they couldn't pay enough people to be there in person.
But appreciating the continued love, even from you, Spooky. Thank you.
You've been normified.
I guess. All right. You were correct. Mountain time.
Really? Not Colorado? Huh. Oh, where you are. Got it.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe like what else is there? Montana? Is Nevada? I don't know. Sorry, we're not trying to out where you live if you're not.
No, Wyoming has some mountains.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, and hello, Marin.
Wyoming's the Phantom Colorado. It's that other state that's like almost the same size and shape.
Yeah. Now, Marin, if and when Ember shows up, because I know Ember was streaming earlier today and saying she really wasn't feeling well, so I don't know if she's going to be able to make it. But if she does show up tonight, remind me, because we have questions for the two of you for when we're having you on. So, but if she doesn't show up soon, I'll just ask you, and then so So somebody, when they see Ember pop on, remind me that I need to ask her and Marin about things. Anywho, all right. Well, I think that's. Let's see. Felt like there's something. Oh yeah, something else going on this coming weekend is in the Cincinnati area is the Northern Kentucky Pride Parade and Festival that I'll be attending and I guess kind of helping out with an organization. I don't know if you say I'm part of it. Like I attend some of their things, but actually one of the sponsors for the Ark Encounter protest, the Tri-State Freethinkers, I guess will be in the parade, and I will be assisting the hosts because I guess a family from the group signed up to host, but one of the head guys in the group reached out to me to see if I would also just be there, just so they're not doing it themselves. But
wait, sorry, what was that again?
At Northern Kentucky Pride.
Oh, okay, that's what you're doing there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
yeah, I was planning to do that too, but I couldn't remember why you were going to be there originally.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you were just going to be hanging out with like friends of ours or.
Yeah, I mean, I think some friends of ours are also going to be there, but yeah. So if anyone's in the Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky area and wants to hang out at Northern Kentucky Pride this coming weekend, we'll be there.
Yeah, so. I'm going to be up at the Pleasant Ridge Pride event with one of my kids.
Oh, awesome!
And Aaron, and talked about that in front of my mom, who just recently. One of my kids came out as trans recently. And I was trying to decide if I was going to say that online or not because of, you know.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah. So I probably won't talk about it much for that reason. But it was a little bit of an emotional ride. Bad programming from Christian days where I was like, that's still there. That sucks. But telling family was the biggest ride because we weren't sure how certain people were going to react. And then some of them reacted like that, but turned up to 11.
Yeah. In kind of rather befuddling ways, if I might say so. But
confused my therapist too.
Yeah.
She was like, just like layers, lots of layers of cognitive distortion. I was like, okay, that's the word I'm looking for. Because I'm like, it was like she's crazy, but like not. Okay.
But yeah, I guess congrats to your kid. I don't know what's the thing to say is when someone comes out. I guess.
No, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations on knowing you. That's good.
Yeah. Yeah, and congratulations, I got to say, for Matt and Aaron for solid parenting there. So that's really awesome. So
yeah, she's already not Aaron, but my kid. She's already like all kinds of just like personal well-being improvements. So it's
awesome.
Very cool.
Yeah, and she's lucky to have parents like you. So well done. All right. So, anything else before we get into the thing?
Nope, that's it. Oh, I have a bone to pick with UK wallpaper. Spooky, you need to sort this out. Okay, normally when like a company sends out like a roll of wallpaper, there's instructions with it, right? And usually the instructions are accurate. It's like they send it with numbers, like you need to do this thing for this many minutes because that matters. So this time it was like you need to do this booking thing. I won't explain what it is, but it's kind of important. And like 3 to 7 minutes. Turns out that is way too long, and this wallpaper is extremely delicate when it gets moisture in it, which is what the adhesive is. And so I'm like putting up something that literally doesn't want to be wallpaper anymore. It just wants to be a folded mess of limpness. And so I'm trying to put that on the wall. And yeah, so UK wallpaper instructions are kind of like, hey, do something like this. But it has specifics in it. American instructions or like French paper instructions, it is like, do this. This is how you do this. Do this. But no, UK is there. They like to be fancy and make like paper the super old way, which is like harder to use because they're like up their own butt about their wallpaper history. I don't know.
Also, this just made me laugh. Hello, James, in Facebook land.
Look, I know, but I had to
how
get
you
it out of
really
my
feel.
system because yesterday was hell on earth. It was the worst material I have ever worked with in any capacity in any job I've ever had. Like, I was losing my mind.
Yeah, folded mess of limpness. Trump? I mean, it's not inaccurate.
Uh, yeah, I mean, you've seen him walk.
Yeah. Oh, run free, Daniel. Run free. Yes, and unfortunately, I mean, that's what. Oh, good. At least we're getting a formal apology.
Well, I think folding it was the problem.
Yeah, but okay, we're getting a formal apology from Spooky on behalf of the entire UK, I assume. So, all right, now the healing, now the healing can begin, and we can move on to this guy, who Restream keeps forgetting what side I want to have him on.
Also, it looks like he's in the middle of singing "I'm a Little Teapot."
I mean, I wasn't going to announce it yet.
Or he's doing kegels.
I don't remember what that is, but
it's I think it's pubic bone muscle flexing in a woman. And it helps keep all the organs where they used to be after giving birth.
Oh yeah, that's
right. Your pelvic floor collapses, and then you get that. I like to call it a frunk. It's a front trunk. It's one of those things that came to me when I was trying to fall asleep one night, and I started laughing. Dudes get them too. It's just,
yeah. I'm starting to get a little bit of one myself, which is weird because I've just been like super skinny like my entire life, but now I'm actually getting a little bit of a belly.
Yeah, you gain a little weight when you get older, and there's also gravity, so you tend to gain it lower than you used to.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good, Guard with the perfect timing.
But this is like an internal pelvic thrust.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Oh, all right. So Noise Ending remembers where we left off. Yes, giant lockers. Yes, right. All right. So shoving like a duffel bag in the overhead compartment. Indeed. And hey, speak of the devil or something. Oh wait, now that Ember's here, Marin, are you still here? Because I have.
But...
Yeah. Well, Maya said something about it, I think.
Oh, okay.
And hung for she or hung for sure before Maya corrects me. All right. All right. Oh, thank you, Ember. And yeah, Marin's on it. Cool. So Ember and Marin. Everyone else, talk amongst yourselves or whatever. So we were planning on having the two of you on for the next Crossroads message we're doing, which is about faith and science. So we had originally planned on doing it at the end of this month, but as I'd said before, pretty much through like probably the first couple weeks of July, we're going to be doing a later start, 9:00, like we're doing tonight because of my son's baseball season. July 8th will actually be 9:30 because that's when Kelly's on, but she has another show or something beforehand, so we bumped it back a little extra for her. So, but that would include the when we would have you two on, we would be starting at 9:00. But I'm thinking, especially if we're starting later, and that one is also a bit of a longer one, I feel like we could really dig into it, especially with you two on. That also might end up being a two-parter. So, would you two be willing to do a two-parter? But since it might be longer, would you also be willing to maybe push it back a month so we could still have the earlier start? So, yeah, but I guess. If that made sense, I hope it did. You don't need to tell me right now. Just putting that out there is like, this is what the situation could look like. But we'll be in touch unless you have an immediate reaction to any of that. So, anywho, I think that's all. Yeah. Thank you. All right, the rest of you can start paying attention now. But if you weren't paying attention, I don't know how you would have heard me tell you to start paying attention again. Sometimes I think through things. It's usually after I say them. Almost always.
Yeah. I've gotten a lot better at that. One Life podcast has helped. Yeah, but like too much weed, then I end up. Yeah, then my sense of humor gets like really autistic and potentially problematic.
You can say it's just the weed talking. Man, now I'm coughing like this. Anywho, all right. But speaking of extending an episode into 2 weeks, those of you may remember, we started this series this sermon last week, but ended up going long, and we needed to cut it off early anyway. So this is the continuation of basically, I don't remember what's it officially called. Is the Bible legit? How you can really trust the Bible. So if you remember from last week, Chuck was going through the more like academic arguments. If you can tell, that's why he's wearing like the nerd glasses there. But
and not really responding to them, more just giving people reasons they can feel okay about that problem existing.
Yeah. So, and hey, we got a response from Marin. So I guess Marin will be in Europe on July 5th. So it's better for you. So putting it off to the end of July works better. All right. It's more time for people to look forward to it. And also, hopefully that'll be after we're on with Neil. So hopefully get some more like viewers for that. So having more people, the better for when we have the Ember and Marin on. That sounds like a plan. All right. So I guess unless Ember. So.
Oh, sorry. Good question. What is with the lockers?
I still don't know.
We're in school, or is it because it was like it's Bible legit? It's like we're in high school, and we use words like legit. I don't know.
Yeah. So, I don't know, but I appreciate that they're there, I guess. But
we're locker gnomes. We're locker gnomes. We hold church in front of high school lockers on Saturdays. I don't know.
All right. So Ember, I guess, unless something, let us know what you think of this. But according to Marin, since she'll be out of the country,
I mean, honestly, not a bad
like early. Yeah. So at least I think that's. Well, hold on. I'm looking at July 5th. That's over a weekend. Is that what she was? Marin, where'd you go? All right. In Europe until July 5th. Okay. So she would not be available for July 1st, possibly the 24th. All right. So it looks like on July 29th and probably also August 5th, we will have Ember and Marin on talking about Kyle from Crossroads, talking about does faith work with science or something like that. All right. And hey, we have a Kip. Hebrew class goes until 6. I don't know why I care about this, but
because that's 9.
Yeah. So okay. Does that mean you prefer us with the later start? I honestly don't know what that
means. Kip joins us in mid-conversation with us, assuming we have context.
Really. Still have no idea what you're talking about, but all right. We're glad you're here, though, usually. All right. So last week, Chuck was talking about the more like intellectual side of why we can trust it, but it was a lot of, but it just wasn't very good. If you couldn't tell, or if you weren't here, couldn't guess. It seemed like a big thing for him was just the number of manuscripts that we have, which is like, okay, we have a lot of copies. And apparently how, like, we got more New Testament manuscripts than we have copies of the Iliad or writings from Caesars or whatever. It's like, okay, because that just means it was popular and people enjoyed copying it. But okay, cool. So this week, even though that, like, what I guess one of the main themes for the first half of the sermon was you don't got to check your brain at the door. So now we're getting into the part where
our brain.
Yes, it's like where the first part could be described.
You don't
as
have
you don't
to,
have to
but
check
we're gonna.
Whereas the first part would be described as you don't have to check your brain at the door, and the second part is, but you could, and it would still work. In fact, it might help. So,
Yeah.
so, all right. So I think this is about where we left off, where he was like transitioning from one to the other. So, yeah. All right. Are we ready?
I was ready.
All right. Here we go.
Like, this isn't, you don't have to check your brain at the door when it comes to trusting. There is more that I could give you, more than I have time for, but let's just be clear. All of this is really because the deeper question is this. What we really want to know is, can I trust this thing with my life?
Also, I am planning on 1.5 speed again, just so we can get through a little quicker. So let me know, anyone, if we need to slow it down, if you want me to add subtitles or whatever. So
when he walks around, I think it's funnier at 1.5 speed.
This is true. So
can I trust this Bible and bend my life to it? That's really the question that we're asking. Because if it's a work of man, why follow it? That's a waste of time. And to be clear, 2.6 billion people around the planet would orient themselves to the Bible today. That's a massive waste of time if it is a work of man. But what if it's inspired by...
Again, big number is supposed to sound impressive. Like, this many people believe it. Like, okay.
That would suck if they're all wrong. But what if they're right? That was his counter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, essentially.
That all sounds terrible. But what if they're wrong? Or what if they're right?
Yeah. But it's weird to me how he seemed to be, like, after saying all that from last week and then saying, but the real question is, can I trust this with my life? It's like, how is that a but the real question? Wouldn't that also apply to the more like intellectual, like scholarly, heady stuff?
Yeah. Like, wouldn't you want both to be true if you're going to trust your life with it?
Yeah. It's that
you can, and it makes sense.
Yeah, so it's weird to me that he's kind of making a distinction there when it's really still kind of the same question. But so it's almost like he's teeing this up. All right, yeah, the intellectual stuff's cool. Yeah, don't check your brain. Excuse me. Don't check your brain at the door, even though you kind of can. That actually distracted me. That was, I don't know what happened there. Oh yeah, so damn it, I like legit completely lost my entire train of thought. Matt, what was I saying?
I don't know, because as soon as you said you lost your train of thought, I was like, oh no, do I have mine? And it went away. I was literally following you and with you the whole time, but then it was like the pressure of needing to remember. It just went.
Well, I'm sorry I scared yours away too. That's all right, so, okay, let's see if I can bring myself back here. All right, so he's saying the real question is, can I trust it? But that really also should apply. Okay, I think I remember where I'm going with this. So it's almost like he's subtly transitioning and making us think, okay, yeah, all the heady, intellectual, scholarly stuff, that stuff's cool, and it's nice that it's there, but this is the really important stuff. Now he's saying, oh, this is how I know I can really trust it. And now we're going straight to just like the heart, feels, emotion-y stuff, which is like, well, then what was even the point of the rest of that? But anywho.
Yeah. There's that little mini documentary. I think I'm still pretty sure it's called Spiritual Witnesses, where they show just a bunch of people from all different faiths having the same kind of come to Jesus experience. Where it's the special thing that just felt it, and everybody's describing the same experience. So whatever it is, it's a real experience, but it's independent of any particular faith, whatever it is.
Yep. All right. And also, Ember, let me know if it works. It sounds like since Marin will be out of the continent at the end of June, early July, so we're thinking have you and her on July 29th, and then possibly, because it's probably going to be a two-parter, August 5th. So like last week of July, first week of August. Hopefully that works. If not, please let us know. All right. Oh yeah, Chuck, you're still here. I guess we should keep going.
My God. If it's inspired by God, well, then we're left with a deeper question. I'm actually going to move forward a little bit because I want to get to this. I just would say I stand by my assertion that the Bible is a legit source of truth because it's inspired and it's effective.
What?
Because here's the thing.
Wait, so hold on. He just is like the basis for his argument from going forward with this little section is presuppose it's true. Therefore,
that's how you know you can trust it. Yes.
They did that at Man Camp one time where they're like, just suspend your disbelief. Just assume it's true and see what happens. And it was like, but that's also how you can be wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It apparently works for enough people. But yes, please, Ember, please survive the IRL events. For multiple reasons. But
that whole thing, it did work on the photojournalist who was there to like interview people and take pictures. Remember when I think it was we were there to serve food to the prayer people, and we served to that group when we were not Christians anymore.
Yeah, that was fun.
Wasn't there like some journalist there who was agnostic or something and then decided to get baptized?
I don't remember.
Everybody's like, yay! And I was like, I don't know, this is good.
Yeah, pretty sure it's probably not.
It just means the programming works, guys.
Yeah. But this comment reminded me, imagine if Methodists actually started doing meth. So I remember I was driving somewhere and I had like the directions pulled up on maps. And in the air, you know how it'll point out like different like stores or schools or churches or whatever. So there was a church near my destination, and it was a Free Methodist church. But the way the maps abbreviated it was just Free Meth Church. Well, that's one way to bring them in. And it still makes.
I wonder if that means they're more conservative or more liberal of a church if they're free. Like free of what?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, that also reminds me of, I guess now Susie Izzard's whole joke about like the different Christian denominations. Like they started dividing up. You got the free Presbyterians, the locked up Presbyterians. I love her so much. Anywho, Keiko Death.
Just gave you the head answer. All I've talked about so far is just heady stuff, right? Intellectual stuff. You can research it. You can fact check me. All of that.
Oh yeah. So again, this is such a fascinating statement that they have up here. The Bible is a legit source of truth because it's inspired and effective at pointing us to Jesus.
They don't have to be the same thing. It can be effective at doing what it set out to do, but that doesn't mean it's inspired by God.
Yeah, because this is a how do you know and begging the question and probably several other things all rolled in one. Okay, so it's you say it's a legit source of truth because it's inspired. Okay, how do you know it's inspired?
Because it's legit.
Okay, but effective at pointing us to Jesus. Well, this is assuming that pointing us to Jesus is something that we want, but we only think that because the Bible says that's what we want. So because the Bible's doing a thing that it says is important, then we know it's true.
But it's also effective, right? Because if you have the feels and does the things, then that proves that it's inspired by God.
Right.
Because no one's ever had a spiritual experience at a concert or at a play or watching a movie, or it's not. Yeah. Certainly, it's not just a thing people have happen.
Yeah, and certainly not from a different God or any like different kind of.
No.
Nope, never.
No, those are the wrong ones. This is the right one. How do I know? Because that God told me.
And he told me in such a way that I knew to recognize, because the same book told me to look for things like that, which meant that that's God. So,
but wouldn't the devil also tell you he's God? Oh.
I mean, I do hear tell he is a deceiver. So
I mean, it would totally be the devil's deal to be both God and the devil, and he just get you coming and going.
Yeah. would do that.
There's a name for that I forget.
Please do.
Hold on, it's the belief that God exists but is evil.
Yeah.
No nonsense spirituality or whatever her name is.
Yeah,
that's where I heard the most about it.
Yeah, Britt Hartley.
Yeah,
I think. Yeah,
it's an awesome name. She sounds like she rides motorcycles and fights crime.
Also, kind of looks like she would too. I think.
Right?
Like I could see her doing both of those things. But anywho, so all right. Bible's a legit source of truth because it's inspired and effective at pointing us to Jesus. I guess that's the real important thing. So,
if anything else, I don't know. Please, I'd love you.
So, G-word, it's not the it is kind of like the demiurge, but it's not a Gnostic version. I want to say it starts with an M, but I could be totally wrong.
Yeah. All right. Are we ready?
Yes.
Love it. But here's the thing. When we ask that question, is the Bible legit? It's not only an intellectual question, is it? In fact, I don't think it's primarily an intellectual question. I think it's actually a heart question. I think it's a trust question. I think the question we're really asking is, can I trust this God and his word?
Okay. So we're differentiating being able to tell intellectually, scientifically, historically, scholarly, whatever, is a different question than, yeah, but can I trust it? Like, wouldn't you want that to be part of it as far as building reasons to trust it? But
for the people who are uncomfortable with thinking things through intellectually, this is a helpful reframing because this is where they prefer to stay anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So he's not trying to help anyone who doesn't want to hear this. Like, this is for a particular audience. Mm-hmm. Like, if you're really struggling with these questions, they kind of don't care. You're too far gone. Or you're not worth messing with, or if they treat you like you are a category of believers that exists, they run the risk of kind of validating new people entering that category. So it's better to treat it like it's just like this mystery unknown, and so people feel more helpless when faced with that, and more eager to be like, but can I just trust it? Maybe it doesn't even have to be factually true. Maybe that kind of thing.
Right. Sorry, distracted by the chat again. Yes, Demiurge is a great Meshuggah song. And for those who have seen, I posted a while back on my personal YouTube channel and on my Facebook page. Like, I started a while ago, and whenever I remember to, I've been doing like drumming videos where I just play along with the songs that I like. Not like, I'm not doing it to like nail it or anything, but just to play along. Say, hey, here's a song I really like and enjoy listening to and play with. And Demiurge, because people know Meshuggah, like drumming wise, especially, super difficult. And I am nowhere near the level of being able to do almost any of them. But Demiurge is one that I feel like it's within my reach. So I'm planning on working on it and making that one of the videos I do at some point. So I guess I'll let y'all know when that happens.
Hey, is it in that song? Is it one of the instruments has a tempo that speeds up and slows back down to match the rest? Is it the bass guitar that's feels like, I don't know if it actually is, but it feels like there's a tempo up and down thing while the rest of the instruments stay the same. Or maybe I'm thinking of a different song.
I have no idea. I mean, that sounds like it could describe a lot of their songs, but apparently we got some questions on the shirt. First, wanted to find out what a triangle with nipples would look like. This is actually a Pistivist. I think this particular design, I think it was designed by Aaron Ra or something. Yeah. So I just found this online somewhere, and yeah.
Maltheism. That's what it is.
What's that?
Am I reading that right? Is that M-A-L?
Oh, yeah. Maltheism. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Man, that's easy. It's one of those. Good work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And hey, Good question, Marin.
Did you? Did you though?
Sorry, better. But yeah, see, but here's the fun thing about Meshuggah. Okay, I'm going to nerd out on music here for a quick sec. So, one of the things people think about Meshuggah is, oh, they play in such odd time signatures. But here's the thing: almost all their songs are actually in just a regular old 4/4. But it's just that the guitar riff is either slightly longer or shorter than like a set of bars. So it's like they start together, but then like you get to the 4 and the guitar like starts over before that downbeat or right after it, and they kind of loop until eventually after enough times they like join up again and then keep getting off and then back on. It's really, really fucking cool. So if anyone has any idea,
that wouldn't be easy to do. That would not be easy to do, to have like your own internal metronome when everybody else is.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, same metronome, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. No, that works. That works. Oh, sorry. Apparently, we're not talking about my shirt. Sorry. Yeah, we talked about this last week. It's an interesting fit, I guess you could say. But
yeah. My theory is that because of proportions, he gets a big and tall size, but because he's not exactly tall, the shirt hangs a little low. And the sleeves kind of go all the way down to like the elbow pit, which some golf style shirts do, and I never understood that. Some work shirts do that too, and I don't get that either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's like we're trying to really nail like the farmer's tan, or I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, okay, we're getting me on music here again. Yeah, but it gets really chaotic when even the drums, like, I mean, he's still obviously playing in a 4/4, but it even like, so most of the time it's at least one of the cymbals is keeping the 4. Like sometimes he'll still keep the snare with it, and it's just the kick drums that are following the guitar. But then other times he'll let the snare like go off with the guitars as well, but the cymbals are still holding it down. Then other times it's just like, nope, just nothing is actually playing a 4/4, but it's still in 4/4. But yeah, that's when it gets really nuts. But yeah,
it's kind of avant-garde with its approach, because like the syncopation is supposed to be a little different with rock music in general, right? Like it's not as connected as like classical music, where like everything's flowing together. Am I making sense?
I think so, but yeah, but also if anyone hasn't heard Meshuggah, first of all, we recommend like listen to them, but especially if you get a chance to see them live, it is like overwhelming in all the best ways kind of experience.
And for being such a big band, like they're I mean, like well known in the genre and all that, like their stage setup was something you could easily pack it into like a small trailer. Not a small trailer, but like a modest sized trailer. Yeah. It wasn't like super flashy.
But very effective. Yeah.
Cool art and stuff. Oh, and it was like blacklight art, and depending on what lights were shining from the lighting setup, different elements of the art would show. And so there was kind of the story they were telling with the lighting and the art on the stage as the as the songs progressed.
Yes, indeed. And hey, we got a Titan Uranus. How's it going? Good to see you. But yeah, in Bleed, it sounds like a double time swing beat over 4/4 or something. Yeah, it's like the guitars and the kick are doing like a 6/8, but the drums like. Yeah, I think the comedian.
There's like a zooming in and there's like a zooming in and out element to like the way the.
Well, yeah, because like the guitar, like it's kind of does this like this weird bend thing on it. It's really cool. I think Bill Burr described it best. So Thomas is the name of the drummer. He said, like, it's like his body is just playing two different songs. It's like, yep, that's basically what it is. But yes, a lot of classical music has crazy meters, indeed. Yeah, classical is also awesome. So, all right, let me get back down to the bottom. All right. Oh yeah, we're still watching the thing. Ready to get back to the thing? Or oh, wait, there was one more. I think Matt would appreciate this. I think. She asked, anyone check out Engine de Poitrine? I think you
goodness,
showed
yes.
these people to me, Matt. So
yeah, I don't know if they're twins. They're siblings, and they've been playing music together for so long that they're able to do some like wild shit and just kind of like have a feel for like the wacky stuff that's happening on the guitar setup for the drummer to be able to follow that and hit these unexpected things at the same time. Like they're just they have like just crazy internal communication with each other when they're playing.
Yeah.
I love it. It's awesome, and I love the costumes and the whole everything
it's
about
good
it.
Times. Now you can tell they're enjoying it, which is always nice. So.
Yeah.
All right. I think Chuck may be enjoying himself as well, so maybe we should let him get back to it. So,
when it's hard to follow. Can I trust this God and his words when it seems to put me out of step with the cultural norms of the day? Can I trust this Bible and these words, even though there have been people in my life who've used these same words to harm me or abuse me? And I think that's a very real question because the crisis of faith that I had as a teenager was based on those questions.
Yeah. And hey, no, this is not why. So, I guess like we still could do the beard glitter thing, but like I said, we may be holding that off for like a bigger like 300 or 500 or whatever, because hopefully we get up there. But yeah, because also just looking into what the beard glitter thing would involve, and just for so many reasons, some of them sensory, some just life in general, is like, long story short, like that just did not sound like something I wanted in my life anytime soon. But eventually, like I said, get our sub count up, and then I'll grow it back, and we'll see what we can do. So, all right. So, yeah. I guess any thoughts on that little segment there before we go? Or
He said, "Oh, the abuse," and yeah, I'm really curious where he goes with this. If it's just kind of like, is it going to be helpful, or is he just going to kind of say, oh, "But have you considered it's not a problem"?
Yeah. Right. Questions like this, I guess, even though he's not actually going to go anywhere near that. But yeah. But yeah.
He does do a whole lot of racial reconciliation stuff. So it is kind of strange he doesn't talk about that more ever.
Yeah. Very weird. But yeah, the framing of this, like, again, to me is just so, we'll say, interesting. Because saying like, oh, it's okay, we can get past all like the the intellectual, heady knowledge type stuff, but the question is like, do you really trust it? So without really saying it, and I don't even know if this is intentional, but the effect this can have is like, oh, if I don't believe that the Bible is actually legit and correct and true about things, then that means I must have trust issues. So
they always fucking do this. They always do that. They always do this like subtle gaslighting, blame the victim bullshit. Which makes deconstruction from at this church.
Yep. Which, I mean, we saw their series on deconstruction. Yeah. And for those who haven't, we have a handy dandy playlist for it on the YouTube channel, including some shortened clips that we pulled, including still one of my favorites, the old sad deconstruction noises, because it's also on our favorites playlist. Check that one out too.
Yeah, that was special. I don't know if they'll ever do anything like that again.
Yeah. But
they're trying some new things or something.
Yeah, so go back and watch some of those if you missed that series. We did that back in January. But yeah, that's basically how he's setting this up, is like, well, because all of this Bible and Christianity and Jesus stuff is so clearly awesome. So if you don't love it, then that means there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, like it makes sense that it would be a problem. Brian did this another time. He did it during the deconstruction thing where he was like, it makes sense that this would be a problem for you, like because of past abuse or like assault or whatever. And but then the angle was, but if it's still a problem for you, that's a you problem.
Yeah.
Like, you're a dick.
It's like, look, like you can bring your questions and problems and reasons you don't believe, but look, we're going to answer those questions for you. So after we're done with our super awesome explanations, if you still don't believe, well, as always, as Fox says, it's a you problem. It's what it sounds like. Oh.
Of course, it would never be God's problem. God's always right because he said so.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Whew. All right.
I'm a kid who grew up in church. I'm a kid who went to church from when I was a little kid all the way through. And I'm a kid that got teased in my neighborhood. They called me church boy. And I hated that. I hated it because I just wanted to be a normal dude. I didn't want to be identified just as church boy, but that's what they did. I'm also a kid who...
When I first heard that, I was like, oh, you were teased as a kid. I'm not saying like teasing isn't bad or isn't wrong, but we're talking about like the kind of things that like, oh, my faith had to withstand. It's like, okay, now he is getting to something here next. It's like a little more serious, like no trigger warning necessary for it. Not that kind of serious, but
it is interesting. Okay, so I think he grew up was it in Philadelphia?
Yeah, I think it was Philly. Yeah,
like in the city part of Philadelphia, from what I remember, like the urban area, not like suburban. So if you're like growing up in a black area and you get called church boy, that's not quite the same insult as it would be if you're in like New York or like atheist areas of LA. If somebody calls you church boy, like one cuts more than the other, I would think. Like one's more ostracizing.
Yeah,
that's just what I feel.
Yeah. But there, like I said, there's something, I guess a little more serious next. Like I said, like not that kind of serious, but it's a thing. Well, I'll come out and play. No, that's what. Never mind.
I need to see that whole movie. I've never seen the whole thing.
Oh, I watched it once, like about 20 years ago or something.
Is it worth it?
Watch it with the right people, and it is.
Okay.
So.
I know it's like really bad sci-fi.
I asked honestly.
Essentially.
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting, but anywho.
Questions as a teenager was publicly shamed in my church, called out for being disrespectful, and all kinds of things were hurled at me that were not true. But I want to tell you,
I think I cut him off. Basically, he had questions that he brought up in church, and he was like publicly shamed in church. Now that's serious.
Yeah, that is. What did he bring it like during a service, or?
I would assume if he said it was publicly like rebuked or whatever, like I would assume.
No, I mean like his questions. Was the pastor talking, and he was like, actually.
I don't know. He didn't say, but
probably not. It was probably in church hangout stuff.
Yeah, but that'd be even worse if he just like brought these questions just privately or just like casually in conversation. Then during the service, they're like, Charles or whatever they called him. I don't know if they called him Chuck back then.
Chaz.
Chucky boy. I don't know.
One of my cousin's first husband's name was Chaz. Like, and I don't think that was short for anything. I think they actually named him Chaz. I was like, maybe don't marry him.
Yeah, they were not setting him up for success. That's
he turned out to be quite a Chaz, and they're not together anymore.
That reminds me, like I won't say any actual names because I only remember the real name of one person that's a friend of ours, and I don't remember the real name of this guy she used to date. I just remember that we said this guy is definitely a Lance. Do you remember this guy I'm talking about? Was
this one of the Emilys or no?
Well, I said we weren't going to say their names, but yes. But
okay. Well, I mean, nobody knows which one. And
I know, but Emily is such a unique name. Everyone's going to know exactly who we're talking about now. This is not our friend Emily, who is sometimes.
I vaguely remember that, and it was perfect.
No, because no kidding. Like the first time I met this guy,
Oh, like, wait, I remember him a little bit. He was a cartoon of a person.
Yeah, because like first time I met this dude, like this is legit how it happened. I think we were meeting him somewhere, like we were outside, like in a parking lot. And he pulls up, so he's on a motorcycle, which, okay, cool, motorcycles are cool, but he literally pulls up and parks like right in front of us. And as soon as he stops, legit just like leans back on his seat like this, like, hey. Like completely unironically, he's like, no, this is the move to make right now.
And I remember, I don't remember exactly how he looked, but I remembered, like, he didn't look like that kind of guy. Like, this looked like an act. Yeah. Even if it was really who he was, like, that's just really what he wants to do, and he's not, like, putting on an act, and that's just all him. He didn't look like he was that guy.
Yeah, but it ended up not working. I think she caught him cheating on her or something, but, yeah, it was a whole thing. So he turned out he was that douchebag.
I was not surprised at all, because the way he would talk to her friends and stuff, he wasn't actually hitting on them, but there was just like this vibe where he was like, I wouldn't kick you out of I wouldn't kick you out of bed for eating crackers. Like that's what one of my coworkers used to say.
Yeah, I've heard that one. And apparently we've been rated by Skeptic Haven. Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining us.
On my end, it still says we have 0 viewers.
Really?
Yeah.
I think I have a 20 right now. So
I don't care so much.
Well, apparently people are only watching me and they're not watching you, I think.
Oh, I see. I'm just audio, I guess.
Yep. Yes, definitely. This is good advice. Yeah, definitely keep your beverage covered around anyone who assumes that posture. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He wore everybody just picture how that person would dress who does all that stuff, and he probably had an outfit just like that.
Mm-hmm.
It was bizarre.
Yeah, and
I kind of wanted to be like
hair like exactly down to here.
Yep,
like it was like exactly this long. So,
yeah. And it's kind of like, how could anyone, but specifically, how could any woman be attracted to that guy? And it made me want. Made me want to ask her if she was queer or something, because I'm like, surely you can't be into him. Like you're into girls, right?
No, it's like, and she is like happily married to a dude now and with kids. Like it's all going great, but yeah, that.
But I was just like, this doesn't make any sense unless he's like some kind of mask for you, or he's your beard, whatever the ladies' version of a beard is.
Yeah, which now that I think about it, I remember the first time I met this guy.
He's your merkin. Sorry.
But I'm now thinking. So when I first met him, it was actually a double date because my ex-wife, I think we were married at the time.
Oh no, you went on a double date.
Yeah, because my ex-wife and this other friend of ours were like best friends. So we went on a double date, like to meet him. And now I'm thinking, like, I think that's the last double date I've ever been on. And nobody in that double date is still together. So that was just all kinds of awful.
It was the worst double date ever.
Yeah, it was very awkward. I will say that.
So
apparently the chat number says 26, but so I don't know what YouTube is counting there that it's not counting here, but I don't know. I'm getting nothing on the Facebook side, so I guess James fucked off. But cool.
Yeah, we were doing people stuff, and he didn't like what we were saying about Jesus, probably.
Irons his jeans. I could see that, but they also had like rips in them too, as well.
Right, like iron the rips.
Exactly, and make sure like and trim like where it's frayed and like hang. You got to trim all the little threads so they're all like right, kind of sloppy looking.
Oh, no, that's awful.
Yeah. All right. Well, keep us posted on the exact number.
I don't think
for no other reason than the engagement. I don't care. I just keep shouting out random numbers. What's that?
I think I might have actually hated him.
Oh no, I definitely did.
Physically uncomfortable being in the room with him. I just wanted to stand up and be like, "Is no one else seeing this?"
But here's the thing: we all were like, I don't, and of course, like our friend in retrospect was like, yeah, but at the time she was like, no, this guy's cool. But I think literally everyone else who was ever around him were like,
I knew everybody else saw it, but like I didn't know how they were pulling it off. Like I wanted to leave. I was like, I didn't drive here. I have to stay.
Anyway, well, Chuck looks like he's getting impatient. So
yeah, he does actually.
The kindness of God in my life and why I'm so passionate about the Bible being a legit source that you can trust. I'm so glad that even with those experiences, it did not cause me to run away from God. It actually caused me to run toward God and wrestle with this truth for myself. And so I've been on a journey ever since that point of saying, man, if I ever come across anything that makes me think this isn't legit, man, I'll give it up. I'll give it all up. But all I can tell you is of all the years that I have bent my life to this book, of all the years that I've been in relationship with people who have bent their lives to this book, all I can tell you is I have tasted and seen, and it is good. It's good.
Is he just bragging? How does this help anybody?
Yeah, well, this is the trust me, bro, portion. So, okay.
Well, what if people already? I mean, sure, an encouragement to people who haven't had big doubts, but what about people who have? And he's just like, "Let me tell you, everybody, I have it." And he's like, and they're just like, "So what? I have. You help me."
Yeah, because. Because I was about to say, well, I'm so glad that this was your story, Chuck, that you had all these questions and ran to God and found him. But I mean, I don't know if I'm glad for that, but still kind of good for you, because a lot of us had that same situation where we had all the questions and we came to God with them, but I got jack fucking squat. So
I kind of doubt. I'm unable to believe him that that's actually what happened. I would suppose he probably had some challenging moments, and because he ended up back where he started, or in a better place in quotes than where he started, then he sees that as not struggling. I don't know. I feel like he's explaining away or recharacterizing something that actually did happen. Oh, moving on to my second drink. We're drinking Middle West rye whiskey. It's the dark pumpernickel version. Ooh. Handcrafted in the heart of the Ohio River Valley. Smooth, full-bodied, soft spice. Small batch craft. Distilled in Columbus, Ohio. 96 proof. Not too shabby.
Nice. But yeah, so I'm moving this. So this is my non-alcoholic second drink, but I'm back too because this is at the particular establishment I went to for beer today. This is what they had, but this was like probably like the first really good, like specifically non-alcoholic brewery I came across. Is Athletic. They have several styles that are really good, but again, to me, always like hazy IPA is the way to go with non-alcoholic beers. So yeah, so actually I haven't had this one in a while, so. See if it's as good as I remember once the head calms down here. That's what she said.
That's what she said.
But yeah, it is, like I said, from what I remember, it is. But it's been a while since I've had one because I've been exploring other non-alcoholic breweries. Also, I appreciate all the random numbers. So apparently now the on YouTube count and our count up here on the restream match. So I don't know if YouTube is like, maybe it's just more updating it live, but on restream it not as often. But we're also getting -4 9 hours. Well played.
All right, look at the color of this whiskey. It's like
ooh, that's pretty.
It's almost like peachy looking. Just like definitely a reddish hue, but it's like a reddish orangey. Holy cow! The legs on this lady.
Oh, sorry. Okay, let's talk about your whiskey. Yeah.
I was gonna mention there were two drinks, and that's probably what they were talking about.
But I prefer when people are talking about me. But all right, back to the Omegang Farm Fresh Ale. Nice.
Oh, that Omegon makes some really good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Is the farm fresh ale a little funky? Like, is it a farmhouse style where it's basically like wild yeasts?
I think so, but all right. So I will say, like I said, it's been a while since I've had this one. It's still good, but I do think I prefer the Go Brewing hazy IPA that I've been having more of recently over this. I mean, this is still really good, and this is probably one of the most common types of non-alcoholic beers you can find that are actually good. So if you're looking for something non-alcoholic and you see Athletic, like they have a few good styles. There's the hazy IPA is good. The regular IPA is also pretty good. Even though I will say, like drinking the regular IPA almost reminds me more of drinking a good lager than an IPA. I mean, it's still good, but it's just
there's some
in a different way. Because I think I looked up, and I think one of the barleys they use is actually, I don't know if it actually was Vienna malt, which is used in Vienna lagers. Sam Adams being probably the biggest example of that. There was some malt that they used in it that was one that was more typically used in lagers. I'm like, oh, that explains it. But like I said, it's still really good. And they also just have a golden lager, which is also really good. I want to say they also have a stout that's pretty decent as well. But yeah, it's been a while.
Hey, a Vienna malt, brown or amber would be really good.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe put like a hint of a chocolate coffee malt, just a hint. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know.
Just a tip. I mean, Anywho, so Chuck's over here, like, guys, are we doing this or not?
Guys, seriously, just a tip. We're still doing that.
Yes, Chuck. Deal with it. I mean, if you're okay with it, always with consent. So
good. It's been life-giving to me. It's not always been comfortable for me, but it's been life-giving for me. And I think it will be for you. It's why I'm so passionate that I get to share this with you. The Bible is effective in pointing us to Jesus. Jesus says this in John 6:63.
Yeah.
The words.
And if you already believe that being pointed to Jesus is what you want, then it's great. So
I don't even think it points you to Jesus until the later bits.
Yeah, no, but and he'll get to that.
I mean, you can read it back into it, and like sometimes it's kind of cool to do that, but you're fan fictioning at that point.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
I have spoken to you are spirit, and they are life. The words are spirit, breath of God, and they are life.
So again, I keep having to remind myself because a lot of the videos we watch are the more like apologetics, like specifically Christian apologists trying to talk to atheists or other non-believers to like make arguments to like try to convince us or at least convince us that they have valid points or whatever. So I keep having to remember when we're watching Crossroads, like this is for people who are, they're already in church, so they're probably already interested. So it's almost like they don't need to make the arguments as strong in that case, but the problem is that's what he's making it sound like. Like I'm actually making a legit case for like this should even convince all the non-believers. So if anyone's watching this like from Crossroads, whether like the actual like Crossroads staff or pastors or whatever, or just people who go there, like these are not good arguments. Or I will say like there are other perspectives that like there are responses for all of these things and why they aren't actually necessarily that convincing. But
sometimes I wonder if they're afraid to get into the more like logical arguments and stuff because they know they don't go anywhere. And then you start like you increase the potential for additional questions because once you start pulling that thread, like you have to stop at some point or you'll pull it all apart. And maybe they're worried about not being able to control people's process of looking into it because they're very big on controlling people's thinking. Guiding thought processes and kicking people back into the logic circle as quickly as possible. Logic or feeling circle. Let's get you back into either one as quickly as possible.
Whatever we can do for you. Yep.
Whatever your thing is, there's a group for that. Did you know there's a group for that? Do you look at porn a lot and wish you didn't? There's a group for that.
It's just like every men's group ever. That's kind of what it's about.
Do you feel terrible about that? Want to find a group that also tells you you're terrible for that? Well, there's a group for that.
And there's a group to help you find groups.
Which bothers me because not everybody who wishes they would. Okay, sometimes people do have a problem with porn, and it is an actual addiction, right?
Yeah, it can be, for sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and great to be a group for that. But there's a lot of people that get lumped into that if you're a particular kind of Christian who just likes looking at porn and thinks it's bad that they do. Or they're convinced they look at it too much. And maybe it isn't too much. Maybe it's a healthy amount, but whatever standard you're comparing yourself to is a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Or you think the porn you're looking at is unethical. That's a whole different story. That
yeah.
True. And there's a whole lot of nuance to it. And I don't like that you end up like this group in particular is for guys specifically who are convinced they have an addiction or a problem of some kind, and probably some of them do. I don't think most of them do. Just knowing a couple of the guys who've been in that.
Oh yeah,
that's like maybe your marriage just sucks, and maybe you should get a divorce.
Right.
Because maybe your wife is already cheating on you, probably.
Yeah. But yes, Fox. Yeah, definitely. They seem like that because they are. But yeah, I know. Like for me, it's like yeah. When I was a Christian, I looked at porn. Shocker, still do. Because I realized, like, okay, I'm an atheist and I'm not married anymore. Like, literally no reason not to. So why the fuck not? But it's even though I had some very like high level, super spiritual, like upper level prayer team type people cast whatever demon of porn or whatever it was off of me several times. I guess it didn't take, dudes. So get good. Fuck you. I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird how the spiritual castration never takes.
Yeah. Man, that's one of the things I look back on, and honestly, if I do find it a little amusing, just how many people in that church specifically like looked at me and told me that I was going to do such great and awesome things for the kingdom someday. Like they're like, you're going to be like such a big force in this movement. Like, God, like I had people tell me like when they were praying for me, it's like, I just looked at you and it's like, God just like marked you with a highlighter. Like you're just going to be doing such great things. Like you need to pray for this guy and pray over him. And I'm like, well, look at me now.
There's still time, Tommy. You could come back to the Lord. In fact, some people would say, I'm the one who's going to do it.
Ooh. Man, well, won't that be just like the biggest episode ever? Like, Matt finally brings me back.
It's like, and when the person told me that at the time, I'm like, do you listen to me?
No.
We're not coming back. Like, whatever it is, it's different.
Yeah.
We're kind of, the bloom is off this rose.
Indeed. All right. Well, let's see how further we can disappoint Chuck here.
Think about this. I've never been to the Grand Canyon. How many people here have been to the Grand Canyon? Yeah? Oh my gosh. I want to go someday. I think
so at least he's not literally about to look at the trees, but at least he picked something else to look at. But yeah.
I was in Phoenix once. Long story, but I was in Phoenix, kind of a vacation, and it did really bother me that the Grand Canyon is not super close to Phoenix, but it did bother me that I was somewhere that was so much closer to the Grand Canyon than Cincinnati, and we didn't have time to go.
Yeah, that sucks.
Guys, that is kind of its own trip.
Yeah.
But I would love to see something that giant that looks that amazing.
Yeah, now it hasn't been since I was a kid, but I have seen it a few times just because we had family that used to live out in Arizona. So like when we would go visit them, like we'd see the Grand. So I think I've seen it like 3 times, maybe 4. I don't remember how many times we went out there, but I think the last time I saw it, I was like in middle school. So yeah, it's been a long time. I really want to make it out there again sometime. partially because my daughter has the goal of visiting all the national parks. So I'm like,
yeah,
cool.
Eat them while they're hot.
Yeah, well, you still can. So far, we've hit one. Is the Cuyahoga Falls up in the Cleveland area.
Okay.
Which is cool. Do recommend.
New York is really cool too. I think there's is it Arcadia that's up there, or is that in Maine? I think that's in Maine.
I don't know.
I don't know if there's I don't think there's a national park in upstate New York, but that area is very cool. If you get up high in a mountain and you look out, it's just mountains and little lakes. Like,
ooh,
yeah, it's very cool looking.
And don't worry, Kelly, your secret is safe with us and the 21 people watching. So,
and the that tracks you.
Yes. Yeah, I think the next one we're going to try to hit up is probably Mammoth Cave. That's another closer one.
Have you been there before?
I have. Really cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Especially going in there where they turn off the lights and it's the blackest black you've ever seen. Like, it's even darker than closing your eyes normally.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. Yeah. It's like being blind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Kind of freaks me out, but in fun ways sometimes. All right, so
I'm so scared. I love it.
All right, so let's in lieu of trees, just look at the canyon, I guess.
So, look at the canyon. Argumentum ad canyonum.
It's a new one, but I kind of dig it. All right, let's see where he goes.
It is so beautiful. And even though I haven't been there, what I've heard from people who have is that the Grand Canyon has the ability to rob you of speech. That's something about standing in that grandeur.
Rude.
Causes you to just mouth agape with awe and wonder, but you don't have words for it. And here's what I want you to think about. I want you to think about the God, and I believe God made that. I believe God created that. I believe that God is an artist, and that's part of his artwork. Yeah. And think about this. The God who is...
Even though we pretty much know exactly how it happened, and it was just literally just water running over rocks.
But God controls everything. God, made the water and the rocks do the things together.
Yeah. It's like...
It's just one of the things that makes way more sense as a kind of metaphor, right? But to be like, actually did it. Look at the hole. Oh no.
I do love this, the new apologetic. Look at the hole.
Yeah. Look at the giant gash in the earth. UK listeners, where are you?
Like, you want to hit that, don't you? But yeah. All right, so Ember here with the info on New York part.
Grand Canyon is God's fleshlight.
Good night, folks. I mean, we've read the Old Testament. We know how big of the hole he needs. So yeah. All right. So anyway, Stonewall. Yeah, that's. I didn't know that was actually like a national park. If that's the same Stonewall, I'm thinking of. Definitely need
Stonewall where there's the is that the park where there's a Native American sculpture? It's like the answer to Mount Rushmore, or is that somewhere else?
I don't know.
That's somewhere else.
I was thinking Stonewall is in like the Stonewall riots, like from which Pride.
Oh,
but like I don't know. That's something completely different. But
that's a fantastic story.
Mm-hmm.
Another great story people haven't heard much about. I didn't. I'm assuming most people haven't. Was the where was it? I want to say it was in Oklahoma or Kansas or Nebraska or something. It was a giant race riots where there was this. It was a black, like, it was like middle income, like moderately affluent, like hugely predominant, like African American town, and like the white people from nearby and some people from the military base nearby like attacked it. Like it was a war scene. It was a giant massacre, and it's like we don't teach it. But it was legit a pogrom inside the United States. Or military planes bombed a black neighborhood.
Yeah.
The Tulsa riots, or is that what it's called?
That was also a thing. So, yeah.
Maybe that's it.
Yes. Thomas looked at the whole argument a long time ago. This is true. I mean, he also wanted to finger the holes. It also, like, I was amused but also kind of upset because I think his most recent video, Forrest Valkai stole my "I just want to finger Jesus's holes" joke. Like, I've been saying that for at least 2 years now. So,
do you think somebody else who you think somehow that got out there? I'm gonna say you used it first, and somehow there's an overlapping community where he heard somebody say that, and he's like, "That's perfect."
Yeah, because I mean, and I can prove it. Like, again, go to our YouTube channel, go to our favorites playlist, and look at the solo episode I did called "Doubting Tommy." I know I made that like remark in that video, and that was almost 2 years ago now. So, yeah.
Also, it's one of those ideas. He could have come up with it on his own too.
Or that, but oh, and I am correct on Stonewall. Awesome. I love being correct. It's the best kind of being. Anywho. See, there's so many fire bombings. Like, it's hard to keep track, unfortunately.
Okay, yeah, it was Tulsa. And then, sure, just, God damn it, we'd love to just, it's in our blood. Just give us time and we'll firebomb a minority.
Yeah, but just look at the Grand Canyon and then you'll know the God and Bible.
Everything's good because the Grand Canyon made me speechless.
Right. Well, you know what, Ember? Fine. I mean, I prefer to look at it this way. Like, Ember, were you time traveling as a kid and stealing my material?
That could explain things.
See you doing that, actually. That would not surprise me a single little bit. So, I guess, fine.
The holiest of holes.
That reminds me of a song that we back in church when we would do like the musicals, like with the children sing the songs, and there was a song we sang called like "The Holy Hole" or something. Like it's that whole like you all have a Jesus-shaped hole in your heart, but they called it the Holy Hole. And
that's unfortunate.
Is it the only one who fits? Like, oh
my gosh, that's terrible. That is like straight up like wait until marriage because your husband is the only one that fits, kind of like just propaganda shit. Because maybe it doesn't fit.
Right. Also, and I don't know if it helps, but that particular song was also a rap, which because 90s, and that's just what you did.
Because sometimes if you wait till marriage, it actually doesn't fit, and that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, now fucking what?
Yeah. Yep. Not. That's fucking what. So I just love this sentence. I will have been time traveling my entire life.
Huh. It is kind of true. The more you know about the world and how everything works and patterns and stuff, like you do get a sense of the future, and you're kind of like, I don't even know how much of this we can change. Like, there's a lot of momentum, and it's like, how do you steer a train? Just kind of gotta be splitting the tracks, and you have to be going slow enough when you hit it. Otherwise, like, just the engine takes the turn, and everything else just yoinks the other like momentum direction.
Yep. All right. Well, we should probably get back to Chuck appealing to our emotions with grandeur, or whatever this is.
Chuck floating in God's giant hole.
All right. So again, to set this up, this God, who's this wonderful artist who created this massive, enormous, beautiful canyon by water just running in certain directions for a lot of years. because I guess, or something. But this is what we're supposed to learn from this. So
grand enough to design and carve out a Grand Canyon, the God who is grand enough to create a universe with billions of stars, the God who is grand enough to create an ocean and the depths of the ocean and all the beauty of the ocean, that same grand...
Again, all these things, like, we know exactly how these things happened. This
is the emotional crescendo.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It matters less like what he's saying as how he's saying it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But this God who did all of this...
And God sees you and knows you and loves you so much that he wanted to reveal himself and become like you and also give you his truth in this book so that you could have a relationship with him.
It's amazing that just a tone and a cadence can kind of like hack your brain and make you want to accept it. It's this like evolutionary thing that we're predisposed to. There's just like a passionate way of speaking that causes people to believe that just because you're saying it like it's important, it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly why they do it, whether they know it or not. But that's
it's like organized brain hacking. It's just trial and error, and like religion sort of created this like framework to hack your brain and then keep you captive, which I guess had an evolutionary benefit. I think it stopped. I think we can do it without that now.
Speaking of time traveling, looks like Noise Ending is finally caught up with the rest of it. I mean, oh, that amuses me. Thank you, Noise.
Yeah, it's just.
Do you mind if I call you Noise? I've been calling you that in like chat around, just because I've been getting lazy with my responding to people and tagging them or not tagging them. But
it is a pretty high resolution screen for like a modular setup like they have. Yep. It's just like these little like bricks that get linked together to make a giant screen.
But also, this reminds me, for anyone who's seen Metalocalypse, I want to say it was the season finale of the first season. Like the kind of cold open bit, whatever. They invented a way to travel through time. But see if I can remember how Nathan Explosion described it. And let's see if I can do it in his voice. Like, basically, they just pulled bags over their heads to travel through time. But the way he described it was like, so we figured out how to travel through time at the speed of regular time with bags on our heads. So it's like they would put the bags on their heads and then take them off and like, what year is it? Like, this year's like, oh, we've traveled through time.
Isn't it true that we're moving through time at like some kind of equivalent to the speed of light?
Maybe. I don't know.
I feel like that could be a thing I actually learned or something I heard wrong. It could go either way.
Right? Yeah.
And I'm not sure.
All right.
Because whatever it was blew my mind.
Good to know.
And
good to know, Noise. So, anywho.
Hey, by the way, there's something, Tommy, I'm going to send you, and I might like post it on YouTube, just like in a link. It's this video. It's an interview between Jesse Michaels. I know. Jesse Michaels is problematic as an interviewer and a person, but he had this mathematician, science guy on there about working on like the mathematics with consciousness, and what they figured out is that evolution does not select for us to actually see reality. It just selects for us to be able to perceive what is important to survival. So we are seeing likely a sliver of actual reality. And there could be other entities or beings that, because they don't affect our survival in any kind of like real consequential way, like we just don't perceive them. And that like what we actually see and interact with is our brain's representation. It's a user interface of reality, and it's only the stuff that actually matters to our survival in any way. And which sounds like a guy who just does drugs. But they're working on like logic math and stuff, and then like it wasn't like we have an idea, let's see if we can prove it. It was more like let's play around with the math and see like what happens. And it looks like the chance, so consciousness, for it to exist in a like physical being, like the odds of that happening as like a percentage of the consciousness that could develop, it's like 0 or near 0. So the math is currently working for our kind of like conscious animal experience, or even like a plant experience, to be like such a small sliver of the potential for conscious whatever, that we're just kind of like, we don't matter. But that means we have like a very, very unique experience of living or being around.
Speaking of unique experience, yes, Bree, you should buzz. And buzz, back at you.
Hello, Bree.
Good to see you. But Ember says, Matt, I don't have the characters to explain, but in summary, our combined velocity through both space and time is a constant, kinda. All right, hope that clears it up.
I think my brain collapsed the longer version of that into something that made sense to me but wasn't true. Which is a problem.
Damn it, brain.
It was like the most I could, the most I could understand, and like it was like one concise thought, but it wasn't true.
All right, and Marin, if you're still here, I finally remember to mute a burp. So you're welcome.
You were burping? I didn't hear it before.
Well, that was, if you remember a while ago when like something happened that like threw my brain off. That started as a burp, but it turned into something else.
And it turned into a bit of a vom situation.
It was apparently a mind-altering experience. So, all right. Oh, and Marin is here, so you're welcome. All right.
That's the beauty of the Bible. The beauty of the Bible is not only that intellectually you can trust it as legit, it's that it comes from a God who loves you. Acts 17, Paul is talking to...
How do you know that it comes from a God who loves you without the stuff we talked about last week, where we actually study it intellectually? How it's actually true. Like, yeah, forget all that, the ways we normally can verify stuff. This comes from a God who loves you. You can just...
It's like assertion followed up with an assertion.
Mm-hmm. But see, this assertion like hits you in the feels though. So
right in the emotional gonads.
Right in my monads. Is that a word? I like
it. That was funny.
We're gonna have to use that now. That's right, everyone. That's, you heard it here first. Like, so if you hear Forrest use that, you know it's.
That would be a unique one. I don't think he would.
But actually, that does sound like something he would say, though, too. So.
Oh, it does. It kind of depends on his mood. Because the context I was thinking of is when he's taking calls on the line or something.
I never watched The Line because, like, as much as I appreciate those shows, and we've actually been invited to be on one of those at some point, they always give me anxiety. But so I only know Forrest mainly from his channel, like his scripted content and stuff.
Yeah,
which is amazing. But yeah, that's monads is definitely, to me, sounds like something he might say. But that's ours. So, but feel free to use it as well, people. I actually would love to see that becoming popular and trending. So yeah, monads, right? In the emotional gonads, right? Apparently, my mic has been going in and out a bit, but
that wasn't just me. Okay.
What did it sound like?
It sounded like a connection problem, honestly.
Like internet connection problem, or like the or physical, like the wire was, or something.
Potentially a wire.
Okay.
It would get quieter. That's how it was going in and out, and a little choppy. So that, to me, that just felt like a communication issue or like a compression issue with the software.
Yeah, that could be something, whether it's restream. Yeah, so it sounds like that's not like the actual cable or anything. Maybe just something in the circuitry and the whatnots. Okay, but is it sounding okay now? I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. Yeah. To be fair, yeah, Skeptic Haven not quite the same as a line. I have listened in, and I even called in on the line when Ember and someone else, blanking on their name, wonderful person, but they educated me on things about intersex people, which was great because something I didn't know a ton about, but they were super helpful and informative. So
that's just the fact that intersex people exist is one of it's probably the main best initial response to somebody who says that God created them male and female and quotes that part. It's like intersex people exist. Well, now, like, did God not create them at all? Like, is the fall just creating people now?
Right. And sin's pretty damn powerful the way they describe it. But anywho, all right.
Pretty smart people. And he says this. He says, and God made from one man and every nation of mankind to live on all the face of the earth, having determined allotted periods and the boundaries of their dwelling place, that they should seek God and perhaps feel their way toward him and find him. Yet he is actually not far from each one of us. For in him we live and move and have our being. Even as some of your own poets have said, for we are indeed his offspring. I love this because what this says is God is seeking you. God wants to be in relationship with you. And one of the ways
you can trust the Bible again because it's saying that God wants a relationship with you. So if that's the thing you want, then you can trust the Bible because it says so.
The overall message is it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's true or you can trust it. What matters is that if you believe it, you can feel good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's. Yeah, again, keep having to remind myself this is geared towards people who are already at least seeking, as they say, if not just fully invested. But this is more like, no, you can totally believe this stuff because here's answers that you're already convinced by because you already believe this, but it says it's believable and good and stuff. But but here's the thing. But the people hearing this, they're being given the impression that, oh, and this will also work on these other people who just don't believe. These are good arguments. Like for anyone watching now who thinks trust me, they are not. Like, do not go out into the wild and try these on like your local atheists and non-believers. It will not work.
The only way they're good arguments is if you want to believe or already believe. Yeah, because they still leave questions unanswered that are kind of important. Now, so I was just running through my experience at this church in my head of how, like, in these kinds of moments where they like re-evangelize people, essentially, I did like hearing it. And remember the church we were going to before this one, UCC? Yeah. And you all won't know what that stands for, so it's fine.
Yeah.
I don't want to give them issues. They're
decent. Okay, church. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But they didn't really get into this kind of stuff there. Like for some reason, this kind of like emotional appeal was beneath them.
Yeah.
They were very much a Democrat church. Like it was a lived up experience.
Yeah, like they're very into like social justice and stuff, which at the time I actually very much resented them for. And also for not doing as much of the emotional appeal stuff.
But not in like a leftist kind of way. Like most of them are not like Marxists or like socialists.
Yeah.
I think maybe they are now. I remember the time like they were definitely Hillary kind of people.
Yeah, a lot of that. But yeah, but basically just not Republican. Yeah, I think basically just not Republican was like the main thing. But
which was really weird because that was the first church that was the first white church I'd ever been to where it wasn't assumed you're conservative. And in fact, like conservatism is weird.
Mm-hmm. So I felt weird for a while, but yeah. Anyway, so I'm on to my second actual beer. So, and whereas the stores that I've checked no longer had the Mad Trees Rounding Third, one of my favorite beers made for baseball season, but I found another baseball season beer that I had not had before, and it looked interesting. It's from Grainworks. It is the LE 44. Great American IPA. For people who don't know
I
what that
seen
means.
That one.
Yeah, this is the first time I'd seen it. And for people who don't, like, why is it LE44? Well, for people who follow the baseball, would know on the Cincinnati Reds, probably maybe one of, if not our best players, this guy named Ellie De La Cruz, but like Ellie is an ELLY, but they spell LE, and he's number 44, and that's kind of his silhouette-ish type thing, sliding.
Oh, cool.
But of course, he's on the IR at the moment, but still. So yeah, haven't had it before. About to try for the first time right now with y'all's. Yep, much like the name would imply, very grainy on the nose.
The Greenworks is pretty good, but they are kind of like malt specialists, I think.
Yeah, okay, so gonna nerd out a little bit on beer here for you, particularly when it comes to hops. I remember, like, when you're making beer, depending on when you add hops during the process, if you add it early, you're going to get more bitterness out of it. If you add it more towards the end, you more get more just aroma from it. But then in the middle, where you get more hop flavor. This is one of the few beers I can ever remember having where the middle flavor layer of the hops is the most prominent. Because usually, if anything, you get mostly like a lot of bitterness and a lot of aroma, and then like some flavor kind of in the middle. This is very like that middle flavor heavy. Like, it's not very bitter. Obviously not all aromas, but just flavor.
Like, I wonder if that's harder. I wonder if that's harder to manage a flavor profile compared to a bitterness and aroma.
It's interesting. Like,
your mic is doing that thing again.
No.
Now you're back.
All right. Honestly, like, I don't hate it. I don't know how much I really like it though, because like the hop flavor that's there, it's not really very strong. And I'm having a hard time really placing it. Yeah, it's definitely like a lot of good malt in it, but honestly, like if I didn't know this was an IPA, I don't know if I would have guessed that it was.
I haven't had much Grainworks, but I think their deal is that they do lagers and like mild ales, and they're going for the aren't they in Blue Ash or something? Montgomery?
I don't know. I don't want to see if it says anywhere.
I think they're in a part of town that is a like Budweiser Miller Lite area.
Oh, this says Westchester. So yeah.
Yeah.
But
Westchester is a for people not from the area, it's like new luxury builds and old conservative rural in the same area.
Yeah, one of the suburbs, yeah, where the fancy people are.
And it's pretty conservative.
I would say of beers that I've had that is probably the closest to, I would say, is maybe Mad Tree's Happy Amber, but just not as good.
Oh,
kind of
where
I would put it. Yeah.
Because the Happy Amber nails that kind of beer where it's like, this is really good, but like, I'm sure there's a lot of shitty stuff that wishes it was this. Yeah. Like they were trying to get this and they couldn't, and it's just meh.
Yeah, apparently Mike is still doing the thing. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, my guess it's just probably just like an internet or restream thing. But sorry, everybody. All right. Well, I guess we should get back to Chuck. So are we ready to get back to Chuck? Yes.
California raisin. That sounded racist out of context, everybody. If you weren't here last week.
It is that color shirt, though. That is California raisin colored shirt, which we pointed out last week, or somebody pointed out. But yeah,
is that he's done that is by giving us this book. I don't know if you know this or not, but there's a project called Illuminations, and the Illuminations project knows and believes that the Bible is legit, that it is life, that it's spirit and in life. And there are lots of people groups on the earth who don't have the Bible translated into their language. And this group got together in 2012, and they did the math, and they said, if we go at the same pace that we're going, it'll be another 100 years before every people group known on the earth has at least the New Testament translated into their language. It'll be another 100 years before people all around the world have the opportunity to hear the message of Jesus. And so they began to collaborate and created an opportunity whereby by the year 2033, yes, 8 years from now, the Bible, New Testament, will be translated into every language that is known on the planet. Isn't that amazing?
Hey, guess what?
Shaving something like...
That's not really going to matter. because Christianity is kind of on, like, overall, I'm almost positive is on a decline. I know it's growing in some places, like, I think China and parts of Africa.
But overall,
like Western world, where like the bread and butter is of that religion right now, it's decreasing. Also, didn't Jesus say even the rocks would cry out? Like, if this person stays silent, even the rocks will cry out.
Yep.
Everybody's got rocks. I'm not sure why you need it translated into your language.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw the Grand Canyon. Like, that's what more rocks could you need? I guess.
I mean, seriously, he just said how much the rocks cry out, and it makes you speechless. They're so loud.
Yeah, and good luck with that, since thousands of languages only have a single speaker left. Yep, that too. But
yeah,
but also, are they counting? But they say languages, but are they counting dialects? Because I know there's certain parts of the world where it's still all technically the same language, but they have so many different regional dialects of that same language that they might as well be different languages, because they largely can't even understand each other, even though they're technically speaking the same language. But
I think you have like an exaggerated expectation of how much this Christian group cares that brown people hear about it. So they've probably simplified into like major language groups, and it's like, well, surely those other dialects will come across somebody who's seen a Bible. It's fine.
Yeah, but the thing is, because again, I've watched this. Matt, did you ever? I'm assuming, did you ever watch this, or have you still not seen it?
Well, what we're watching now, and no, I haven't seen it.
Okay, yeah. So I've seen this, so I know like where he's going with this is he's trying to like keep like building it up to like this awesome point about how awesome God is and how much he loves all of us. But where he's going with it, if again, like so many things, if you actually think about it, it kind of makes it worse. So
they're so good at this. They're gonna get people like just like in the door, stay there long enough to want to get the hell out.
Right, because whereas before, Crossroads, as we've seen here, is famous for picking individual verses that are terrible for whatever point they're trying to make, where they either don't make the point that they're trying to make with it, or they actually make an opposite point. Well, here, Chuck is about to do that with the entire fucking Bible. So,
oh my gosh, he should quit. Why is he even still teaching after this? He's nailed it. Like he's reached peak Crossroads.
All right, so but hopefully I didn't build that up too much, but to me that's how it struck me. So yeah, it's like oh, of course, yeah, just quit thinking about it. Duh.
Well, you have found salvation.
Yeah, don't check your brain at the door, but kind of check your brain at the door. Anywho, all right. So
I do have kind of a little like internal working theory that's what the sense of salvation is. It's like finding the thing that gets part of your brain to turn off enough to just stop thinking, like just enough to not be like concerned about all the things that can kill you. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
To realize like what a fluke it is you're still alive. When there's like all those things here on Earth that make it like difficult to stay alive. And yeah, I think it's like I've been saved. Like you turned off part of my thinking enough for me to find a new kind of joy I didn't know existed when I'm just blissfully unaware of something.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I was distracted there for a second. I just saw I received a text from one of my kids, and it included the phrase "I'm being bullied." So like that like set my brain off. But apparently it was like them just joking around. I guess their sibling was messing with them or something, and they're just
So that is a trigger phrase, though. I'm glad it's just teasing.
Yeah,
it's funny that it's teasing.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah,
but yeah, I was very distracted there for a second. Anyway,
it's like, hold on, Papa's got to punch things.
Yeah. All right.
Ooh.
Reminds me of a time an apologist made a fine-tuning argument so bad he accidentally disproved all gods. Ooh. I was about to ask, I need to see this, but deleted his... Who was this?
Oh my gosh, she deleted his channel? What kind... That's... Oh,
wow.
Look at that self-awareness. That's unusual.
Please tell me this survives in some form somewhere. That's
kind of an enigma, like an enigma, enigma. Damn it, I know that's a word.
It is,
and I can say it.
Good job.
There are some Christians who like the other half of their brain that can't do the words out loud are just some really effective atheists. Crossroads' collective other half of their brain is really sabotaging things. It's like they have a mole.
Yeah. All right. So I backed him up a little bit. So, like, Jay something. Was it Jay Dyer? Because I've heard of him.
That's a name.
But I'm pretty sure Jay Dyer still has a channel, so probably not him. Anywho, all right.
Man, can you imagine how hard that the creator crashed out though? Where you're just like, oh shit.
Which also, but first of all, I guess kudos to him for realizing how embarrassing that was.
Right, he should have kept talking. Like it was just getting interesting. Like unpack that. Like you said that, and then when you realized what you said, you realized you had a point, and you deconverted yourself. That's something. That's a gem. Keep that channel going. What are you doing?
Yeah,
there's a new audience. Like they don't care if they even like you. This is just fascinating.
I mean, we'll have you on probably, I guess. All right. All right. So here's Chuck talking about how amazing it is that this one group is not only are they translating the Bible for all languages on earth, they found a way to do it faster. So like within 8 years, which I guess it's 7 years now, because this was last year, they'll have it in every language. So, okay.
Woke. That's all I got to say.
Yeah. But speaking of woke, here's the opposite. Oh, Sully doing the snores. Yeah. All right. Well, we appreciate you being here for any amount of time.
Go ahead and fall asleep.
Yeah.
Doggy snores are the best. Wait, are you someone who has a pity? Because pitties do snore.
It's not a pity. I forget what kind of dog Sully is. He's tiny. That's all I remember.
Oh, okay, tiny dog person. I remember now.
Jay Scott. I don't think I know this individual. There's a different channel so he still has a channel, but I hope so. But please tell me that whatever argument he makes still exists in some form. So
I really hope so.
Oh, so Ember made a video about it. Does this video still exist?
Ooh. Also, when people get really into Myers-Briggs, it's not uncommon for them to kind of treat it like a religion. Like there's some Christians who go that route with it.
Mm-hmm.
When it's barely useful, honestly.
Mm-hmm. All right. So
the Enneagram is way better, and some Christians do also get culty with that.
Yeah. So, all right. So back to Chuck here. So he's talking about like how like people are working on translating the Bible for all languages, and it's apparently going to be done soon, and that's a big deal because we're about to find out why. Yeah, but
they just need more funding.
Right, but in a way
that to do it for them.
Yeah, right. It's like, but yeah. So he's about to explain to us why this is such a big deal, but in such a way that, at least to me, makes it all just that much more ridiculous. So
that's totally true. Like AI could pull off a lot of this stuff. If anybody has used those dialects in print online, like it can probably do a pretty damn good job.
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
I mean, sure, it's going to like burn down forests and poison people in the process, but like, when's the last time an evangelist cared about that?
All right, but yes, but good on you, Ember. Like, I should have expected nothing less. Thank you. All right, so back to Chuck explaining why this is awesome, but turns out it's actually makes other points in the other direction or something. Anyway. Translating the Bible.
Be translated into every language that is known on the planet. Isn't that amazing? Shaving something like 100 years off of that process. Why would they do that? Why would they dedicate themselves to that? Well, I would say it's because they are inspired. And God wants relationship with all his kids. He doesn't just care about Western Americans. He doesn't just care about people in South America, North America. God cares about every person who lives on this planet, and he wants all of his kids back. And he'll do whatever he needs to reveal himself so we will know how much he loves us.
Yes, God is so concerned about every one of his children hearing his word that he waited almost 2,000 fucking years
for someone else to do it for him.
Right. So again, he's describing the hard work that all these people are doing and turning it into, see what lengths God is willing to go to. Like,
he's willing to do the bare minimum of compelling other people to do it far after the fact.
Like, he loves you so much, he is willing to wait literal centuries for someone else to do it.
He's willing to barely lift a finger.
But you see what I mean? Like, this point that Chuck is making, now he's using the entire Bible. It's like, no, this is how much God loves you, but it actually shows quite the opposite.
It's kind of the same thing like people who are in abusive relationships and don't want to admit it, like they're in denial about it. Mm-hmm. It's like, look how generous he was. Sure, he's mean to me all the time. But like when he's nice to me, he's really nice to me.
Right? Yeah, because you see, books are better. See, this is why I don't actually talk to my kids.
Funny though is
let me finish my thing.
Oh, sorry.
See, this is why I don't actually talk to my kids. I just like when they were born, I just wrote them a book. And I just like threw that at them and just fucked off. Like, that's good enough, right? And yeah, I wrote it in a language that they don't actually speak. So like other people had to like translate it back into English for them. But yeah, it totally works. Sorry, as you were saying.
Along the same line, like a lot of the regions that didn't have a translation that a lot of the regions that didn't have a translation in their own language was because not many of them read. You know what I mean? Like illiteracy in like poor rural areas is a thing because why would you bother? Right. There's a lot of trying to stay alive and be happy enough. And yeah, this really feels like a liberal thing to do where you're like, I feel good about it. It's mostly or partially solving the issue a little bit. But like, I also don't really care to find out if there's a better way to do it.
Exactly. Yeah. But all right. Kip with the drink update. Sit and Stay Belgian Session Ale from Yellow Dog Brewing Company in Port Moody. Ooh.
Belgian. Sounds like a good chill out beer. That's a good name for that.
Oh yeah.
A Session Belgian, huh?
Yeah. Well done.
How do you do that? Because they're kind of funky. Belgians can be a little funky in the yeast.
Yeah, I think because that's one style I just really don't get into. Basically, like any of the beer styles that are like heavy on like the yeastiness, you know, like your Belgians, your Hefeweizens, your farmhouse ales, sours, and stuff like that. I just never really got into. But a session version, that could be good. Yeah.
Have you ever had a Belgian beer? I think it's pronounced Golden Draak. Which I think means Golden Dragon because there's Golden Dragon on the label, and that kind of sounds like that's what it would be. Yep. It's a Belgian ale, higher alcohol. I think it's like 10 or 11%. And like the yeast is a big characteristic of it. Like the bottle is shaped a particular way, so you pour it out slowly, and there's like ridges on the bottle that catch like the sediment. And so you pour it just until it starts to get cloudy, and then you stop.
Nice.
I think you should probably try that one because I don't think it's crazy like banana yeasty Belgian garbage.
Nice. But yeah, there was something else I was going to say about back to the whole Chuck thing here. Oh yeah. So as far as like the timing of it, so yeah, so Chuck's making this big deal. Oh, so now people are. Oh, they shaved So he's trying to make it sound like a big deal. Oh, they shaved 100 years off of this. Like it's already been almost 2,000. What's another 100? So because it's like so apparently everyone who speaks a different language that the Bible is not translated in currently, like for the past multiple centuries. I get fuck them, I guess. But now, like in 8 years, they'll have it. So this reminds me of
why not faster though with all the technology we have and the ability to communicate so much more quickly? How is it only 100 years shaved off?
Yeah, like come on, slackers. But this reminds me of because like people like to talk about how one of the big ones they bring up is like why Jesus came to Earth specifically when he did, and they say, oh, it's because it was like the perfect time in history because of like it's basically like as soon as the Roman Empire was a thing, even though it was quite a while after the Roman Empire became a thing, but never mind that. So like with all the roads and like where communication finally got to the place where it was easier to like for it to spread, but it was like before like the internet age and like where we're at now, which you would think would be better, but no, now we have like with video editing and AI, how we, like there's all these like fake videos. So even if you
that's a new twist.
It's like so, but I thought about it and was like, again, like take it if we're taking all the Bible stories is actually true and these things happen the way it said. You know what? To me, what actually would have been a better time for Jesus to come to Earth, as far as like maximum impact, like maximum number of people being able to be reached, like with this message. You know what? To me, when the perfect time for Jesus to come to deliver this message of how we could be saved from sin and all this, immediately after the fall, like when it was literally just like Adam and Eve, and or like I don't even think they had their kids yet. It's like, okay, as soon as sin became a thing, and like you don't need all the roads, you don't need like the vast communication network connect. Like when it's the world is literally just two people say, "Hey, I'm Jesus. I'm going to die for your sins. Just believe in me." They're like, "Oh, believe in you, this person right now I'm looking at the moment? Sure, done." How?
What if there wasn't sex before the fall? Because there's no real mention of anything that happens as a result of sex until the fall.
Ooh.
I could say, man, I'll bet somebody's tried to argue that before. I'll bet that's behind some of the Catholic guilt for like just people having sex at all. Like, because there used to be a teaching like you do it only for procreation. Because otherwise it's dirty. You do it for enjoyment, it's dirty. The female orgasm is hella dirty. Like,
right? Yeah. Anywho, going back to the chat here. Yeah, Belgians can be a little funky in the East. Don't knock a whole country for a perfectly treatable condition, Matt.
Look, it's not my fault that they're used to.
All right, but slight change of subject, but still in the drinks. Kelly, enjoying a Werner's, probably my favorite ginger ale.
Yeah.
A good choice.
Canada Dry is not as good.
Yeah. But it reminds me of like one of my favorite things that Conan O'Brien ever did. I think this on Twitter or something where he like there was a story, I guess someone sued Canada Dry ginger ale because I guess in some way however they advertise, they make it sound like it's like made with real ginger or whatever, but they found out it's not made with real ginger. So he's suing.
Did they say real ginger flavor?
I don't know what it was. Basically, someone's suing Canada Dry ginger ale because it doesn't contain any actual ginger. And Conan's response was, "I would like to announce my lawsuit against Panda Express." So, yep.
I just saw a clip the other day where he was talking to Will something. He played Batman in the Lego movie.
Oh, Will Arnett.
Conan O'Brien.
Yeah.
So apparently Will Arnett and Jason Bateman, I think, and Conan O'Brien, they all have like this little friend group. And so Conan O'Brien's dad died. His mom died like 2 days later. But like when Conan O'Brien's dad died, Will Arnett texted him and said, "I'm sorry to hear about your dad." And then something about the joke was Jason Bateman tried to kill Conan's dad, and and then the Conan goes off with the bit, and he just plays into it, and it sounds terrible, but like that's how Conan grieves, and his dad would have loved it.
Oh, well, that's good. That's good.
And then when and then when his mom died, he texted Will Arnett and said, "Tell Bateman my sister's address is blank." Like what an amazing
that's so
person.
Good. But speaking of Conan, we stopped grinding gingers into ginger a long time ago. That's good to know.
Yeah.
But yes, but speaking of maximum impact, Guard with a good point. Yes, Caucasian space Jesus will have the maximum impact. That is.
Yeah.
And thank you, Marin, for sharing that with us.
I think it's interesting that argument that Jesus came when he did, when Jesus came when he did, so he could expose himself to as many white people as possible, because the whole Roman Empire thing, like it reached. When people think of the Roman Empire, they're not generally thinking in the Western area. They're not generally thinking about like Northern Africa and parts of the Middle East and Mediterranean stuff. They're mostly thinking like Italy and Europe. And so Jesus came when he did because that was when he could have the most impact on white people. That was like the soonest he could have that kind of impact on white people that quickly. I think it's interesting that that's an argument that white people use. I've never heard somebody who isn't white use that argument.
This is true. But speaking of perfect timing and probably being several time zones behind, yes, thank you, Kip. Yeah, but yes, that's right. Marin's daughter, Meg. Thank you, Meg. It was good times. If you don't know what we're talking about, go back to Misinterpretations channel, and she may have played this at other times, but yeah, I mean, I'll say she may have played this at other times, but you want to watch when she played it when we were on her show, like that. That's the one you want to see. So,
oh shit, I've seen this before.
That was when we were on with her, right?
I think so. I'm sure I'll recognize.
Okay,
my brain does weird things. Some days I'll remember things, other days I won't. I don't understand it.
Yeah, Marin, please am I remembering that correctly? Was that when we were on? And if so, I think you're a mod. Feel free to drop the link in the chat, or anyone else who has it if they want to drop that in. And also,
seriously,
if you're not subscribed to Misinterpretations, like do it right now. Oh, also, Claude Simeon, hello. Yep.
This comment about Genghis Khan, true. There are so many people in Russia who are descendants of his. And I think that might be where maybe all of him and his dudes who went through Russia during that time, that part of Asia. Russians, there's a lot of Russians who do have a slightly, they're the Caucasian Russians, not like the other ethnicities that, you know what I mean? They also kind of have like an Asian shaped eye. And I wonder if it's Genghis Khan just like spreading his seed everywhere. But that would have been a huge impact if every person that Genghis Khan put into women, that Jesus was there like blessing the child and sharing the gospel. Like that would have had a hell of an impact.
For real. Yeah.
I mean, it's no mystery that Christianity isn't afraid of getting a little rapey.
This is true. So, anywho, so let's get back to this horrible point that Chuck is making.
He's about to flag down a plane. He's about to tell it where to go.
So
finally doing something useful in this message. Thanks, Chuck.
It's beautiful, and it's also the heart of God. It's the heart of God. C.S. Lewis said this: "It is Christ himself, not the Bible, who is the true word of God. The Bible, read in the right spirit with the guidance of good teachers, will bring us to him.
Yeah, so again, and the message trying to sell us on the Bible is also telling us that the Bible is not really the point. So, which, I mean, but it's like, and I know that's kind of ultimately the point he's making. So it definitely does fit with that, but it doesn't fit with like the whole rest of it. It's like this message is kind of going all over the place.
Yeah, he's like, you don't really need the Bible, but you do need to trust that it brings you to Jesus. And then Jesus tells you don't need the Bible. So if you don't need the Bible, but it brought you to Jesus, was that good?
Mm-hmm. And also, hey, Zictomorph, welcome. Something like 1 out of 20 East Asians are descendants of Genghis Khan. Yeah, that's a lot of people. So yeah, Jesus probably could have had a much bigger impact going there.
I mean, he fucked his way clear across the world.
Yeah. Jesus, on the other hand, and also, hello, Alira. Good to see you here as well. Sorry if I missed you earlier in the chat, but. Awesome songs she did for Kip, like they came out recently.
Oh
yeah. So definitely check that out. It was fun.
Yeah. Good. I have an easier time buying that Jesus was gay versus Jesus was straight, unless him and Mary Magdalene were a thing. But
he could have been bi or pan.
Yeah, he could have been her gay friend.
This is true. So, but but yeah, as far like that song Alira just did for Kip, I was definitely getting a lot of Arch Enemy vibes from it, which was cool. So, good times.
I've heard that band and heard them, but I can't place their sound.
I mean, they're most famous for being a death metal band, a melodic death metal band with a female lead vocalist. I think they're on their third now. They just got a new one, but
what would you call Ginger? That's not quite death metal, is it? Some of the songs are.
I haven't listened to a ton of them. Yeah, I wouldn't put that in death metal. Like they're a little genty. I mean, I think they probably just fall under what's actually just called modern metal. It's like bands like them and like Spirit Box and others. I'm not as hip with the things, but
there's not enough going on in a Ginger song for me. There are like songs that I do enjoy listening to, but it's there's like the complexity, like just the way things are weaving around with the song, it's just not enough.
Yeah, and they're one of those bands, like they're obviously like very talented, like especially like their vocalist Tatiana, I think is her name, like awesome. But I feel like but if you're just looking but if you're just looking at, or like, I guess listening to the music, like and I kind of hate to say this because I know this can be taken like so many wrong ways. Like, I mean, I love that they have a female like lead vocalist. I think especially like extreme metal, like I love seeing more of that. But then there's a part of me is like, if it weren't for the fact that they had a female lead vocalist, I don't think anyone would care about them. Because like the music itself is like, it's okay, but it's not like,
it's almost a little poppy in a way.
Yeah, but
there's a lot of people who love it. It is really entry level kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like you could really get somebody into like a whole genre they weren't aware of.
Right. And like I said, I could be way off on that. Like I said, it's just like, I mean, I love, as much as I love metal, that particular genre is just not my thing. So I could be totally off. Maybe they are actually amazing. And no matter what kind of vocalist they had, anyone would love it. But yeah, that's just my take. Metalcore. Yeah, that probably makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
That. Yeah. The only metalcore band that I still even ever really got into and still am a fan of is Zao. But even that, it's really only because of one particular album of theirs, which was Liberate Te Ex Inferis, like still in my top 10 albums of all time. But
it just feels like it's not like, as a genre to me, it feels like it's on the fence. Like it feels like it could.
Oh yeah.
It could much more. I don't know how they straddle that particular space and stay there, because it feels like it could much more easily go heavier and more awesome, or go and just a hard rock.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe one of the things I appreciate about Zayo is, at least to me, they don't do a lot of the things that metalcore usually does that annoy me. Like, they're kind of just in the, let's just be like aggressive and heavy and just like to the point.
Metalcore is like, let's go heavy and then take a break.
Yeah. No, but Zayo, like I said, especially that Liberate Te Exinferis album. If you haven't listened to that, I mean, just for like the opening 2 tracks, there's like the intro and the first song, Savannah, like one of the greatest things like ever done by any band.
I'll listen to it. I should, because I've listened to their stuff in a long, long time.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of the album is great as well, but I think just those first 2 tracks is just absolutely spectacular. And I think even one of their guitarists, Scott, he recently said in an interview, he's like, I wish their entire because that was his first album with the band. He's like, I wish the entire album could have sounded like Intro and Savannah, like the whole way through. He's like, even he said that was like perfection. But like Ginger's, oh, and apparently I have the same name as Godsmack's drummer, Tommy Stewart.
There you go. Godsmack's all right. Never got into them because they were too popular for me at the time. But
yeah, I never got it because like this was back like when I was in high school and like really getting into metal, but I was getting more into like extreme metal, like, your death metal, black metal. But that was around the time where I would say things like, oh, I'm super into metal. And people would say things like, oh, you mean like Korn and Limp Bizkit and Godsmack? And I'm like, no. So it's not
depending on who you talk to, including Limp Bizkit, and that hurts.
Oh yeah, it hurt me a lot. But so it was more like, it's not just that I think just on their own I'd be like, okay, they're okay, but yeah, just not my thing. But just with that whole added layer of that's what people thought of as metal at the time when I was really getting into like other metal, it just made it even worse. So
what? I don't tend to like new metal, but I do really like Wargasm, which is straight up new metal.
And they even I don't think I've heard them, but
what's his Limp Bizkit's lead vocalist?
Fred Durst, and I'm sad that I know
Fred Durst is in at least one of their songs. But honestly, I think they it's like rap dance metal, and they pull it off better than Limp Bizkit ever did.
I see. Yeah, but the one new metal band that I actually did get into for a while was Mudvayne. But that was like mostly because like their bass player and their drummer in particular were like legit ridiculously good. So, and Dig was a fun song, but I think the whole LD50 album was actually really good. But anywho.
Fred Durst's Gender Theory is fantastic. Is that an album or a book or the Fever Dream?
Or does he actually have like a theory on gender? Or
I wouldn't put it past him to be super smart, and he just sucks at other stuff.
So Daniel apparently also not a fan. Go stand in the corner, man.
Look, guys, I had one of their albums, and I liked it for a minute.
A minute, yes. No, I will say also Westmoreland, whoever their guitarist was.
Yeah.
Also legit really good.
His solo projects after that were pretty good. It was like Duke something or other fights the something was the name of the band. And it was a neither here nor there album as far as like genres.
Yeah, but also Noise Ending. Good description here. Yeah, Faith No More, not themselves new metal, but definitely influenced basically the entire genre for sure.
No, and Faith No More was actually pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Some of their songs were kind of epic. They had their own sound, I think.
I think they literally had a song called Epic, which was their most so good call. All right. Oh yeah, remember Chuck? And he's
talking about Lewis can't lose things.
I mean, he's talking about C.S. Lewis, so you know it's good. So
look, Take my word for it. Here's C.S. Lewis paraphrasing the Bible, like he's saying brand new things.
Right, and talking about the Bible as if like the Bible isn't actually even the point anyway. It's really just Jesus, but you still need the Bible for Jesus. But it's whatever. It's cool.
The goal of the Bible isn't to make you smarter when it comes to spiritual matters. It's to reunite you with a loving Father. That's the goal of the Bible. And the way that happens is
It's not supposed to.
Your microphone cut out completely.
Oh, good. Can you hear me now?
Now it's back. As soon as I pointed out, it fixes it. So that's the solution.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Yeah. So, all right. So it's not there to make the Bible isn't there to make you spiritually smarter. It's to like bring you back to the Father.
But would that make you spiritually smarter? Also, this is a subjective experience that like anybody could say they had this and they know, and there's no verification.
Yeah. Also, what does spiritually smarter mean? Because to me, what this sounds like is like being spiritually smarter is something that's maybe actually like measurable and detectable and something you can like see
in some way,
concrete.
Just a comparison, yeah.
So it's almost more like they're saying anything that you can actually judge and falsify as far as am I getting closer to God or not? Like none of that. No, don't pay attention to any of that. That like none of that's the measure just because we're saying that's not it. No, it's like it's just there to bring you closer to God. Like whatever that means, then you're like, oh, okay. But all right, now
favorite metal band. Is that what you're clicking on?
Yeah. Now this could derail me for an entire episode.
It really depends on. For me, it depends on like what vibe is the moment. Like Archspire is very good, but Meshuggah is more contemplative.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like it's saying a band is so hard. Like genre-wise, black metal that's just been my favorite, like since high school. Man,
my favorite doom metal band, like stoner metal, is absolutely Electric Wizard.
That's good.
That's one of my go-tos.
Yeah, like I'm also like a big as far as that genre. I also really like High on Fire because I feel like they kind of go both directions. Like they're really like slow, sludgy, like doom, like almost sleep. Because actually, one of the members in High on Fire was also in the band Sleep, which is like one of the like doom metal bands.
No, Sleep is awesome. I think I think the vocalist of Sleep became like a very went on like a Buddhist journey, and then so that like their music sounds like very spiritual. I want to get in touch with experience kind of thing, and then their vocalist actually did do that, and that's kind of why the band stopped doing things.
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, so with High on Fire, like they go that direction, but then they also can like speed it up and be like almost very like Motorhead like more in like that direction as well, and they do both really well.
Yeah, they can. Yeah, and sometimes in the same song, it'll be like an even mix of like the stoner metal and hard rock, or like heavy rock.
Yeah, I'm thinking like just from like top of mind, a couple of my favorite songs of theirs, like in the slower end, like they have this song 10,000 Years, which is like I think that was actually the very first song of theirs I ever heard, which is just so awesome. But then on the faster end, like I love their song Devolution, which is really good.
I wish I could place song names with the song. If I just hear part of a song, I can like remember like the whole song almost, but
yeah. So I would say like for me personally, but I was actually thinking about this earlier as far as like between the two of us, like what's probably the type of metal that we both appreciate more. And I was thinking more of like the stoner sludge. And because like Matt's like from what I recall or my impression, you're not as into like the black metal, death metal stuff as much as I am, probably.
But No, it's because like for some reason the more melodic symphonic elements don't hold my attention. Like I like it, it just doesn't like vibe with me the same way. Like death metal is how I got into metal, so I have like an appreciation for that. And I still, if I like black metal stuff, it's more of the stuff that kind of blends with, sometimes overlaps into death metal feel. But as far as like variety of bands I get into, like the stoner sludge is more my thing.
Yeah, Caius, that's another one. That's really good.
Yeah, they have some. I wish I remembered song names. They do have some songs. Overall, I don't think I like them as much as others, but they do have some songs that really hit me.
Yeah, but I think probably if I were to say like a single band that I think between the two of us is probably our favorite, I would probably have to say Clutch.
Fantastic show. Like even if you know nothing about the band, and you just go to hear them, they put on a great show. Their front man is fantastic.
Yeah, Neil. Yeah, so I say between if you were to say like between the two of us, what is our favorite band? Probably Clutch. If I had to pick one, but even though they are so far from what I normally listen to, but yeah,
you know what? He sounds a little like a preacher too sometimes.
Oh yeah,
which
definitely
appeals to me.
yeah, but I would have to say for me individually, maybe I might have to say it's my favorite band because it's definitely my favorite song right now is by this band Anal Nathrak. They have this song "Hold Your Children Close and Pray for Oblivion." It has like pretty much everything I love about extreme metal. Like it's got like the super fast like blast beat style riff, but then like the chorus has this like awesome, it's this awesome clean singing, like almost operatic, like with like a falsetto thing, like almost like very like King Diamondy kind of thing in the background, and just the melody of it and like how just the entire vibe is. It sounds like a song called "Hold Your Children Close and Pray for Oblivion," but. Yeah.
Timely.
I'm a new world simmer. And a redneck nonetheless, yes. Daniel knows.
Excuse me while I adjust my pants. So I may dance the good time dance. Put the
played that song
at some bystanders and do a trance.
Played that song at my wedding reception. It was a good time.
Yeah, and then the same Emily we mentioned earlier.
Right.
I started singing along with it, and she's like, "You would know this song," and I was like, "What does that even mean?"
Like, of course it is. Like, because it's good. Yeah.
Right, but like, if she was saying it, like, of course you would know a song that starts out, "Excuse me while I adjust my pants." I was like, "Are we sharing a moment I should be aware of?"
Like, you're not exactly known for adjusting your pants. If I,
there was a time before I knew I was autistic, where I had these pants and I really liked them. And I said to her, I said, "Hey, check." I said, "Hey, these are my party pants." And like pointed like this at my pants. And I like didn't realize that it was like multiple meetings, and like this was like in Christians are around, and like everybody else went, She appreciated it. So that's a flashback I had in that moment when she called that out, and I was like, "Why are you talking about my pants, lady?"
I mean, now we're getting me derailed on music. Now, yeah, Devin Townsend. Now, Devin Townsend is one of those guys, like, I'll say, I wish I liked him more than I do. Because, like, I obviously, like, recognize, yeah, super talented, really good. And there are a lot of his songs, like, individually that I really like. But, yeah.
I don't know if this is a reference to.
Yeah. Oh, Kelly earlier saying, like, might be too black. Never heard of sludge stoner metal? I don't know if that's a... maybe that's fine. I don't know.
I will say there aren't many, well, not black vocalists in that genre. There might be some black musicians. But no, it makes sense that it didn't. Yeah, it makes sense that it didn't get too far out of like niche whiteness.
Yeah, this is true. All right, now Matt, do you feel like this is a subject you could vamp on for a minute or so?
Oh, sure.
Okay, well, I'll be right back then. Bye.
So, all right, Electric Wizard are one of my favorite bands, but I want to get one of their shirts. But like all of their shirts are quite satanic, in kind of like an off-putting way, where there's like a topless woman like in like a goat head, or like being held by somebody wearing a goat head, and like, oh, that's from a good album. But yeah. All right, so Kelly, have you heard of the band Zeal and Ardor? I think that's how you pronounce it. It's a, I guess it's technically metal, but it's I know the vocalist is black. I don't know if all of them are, but I think the concept for the band is kind of like, what if enslaved black people didn't become Christians? Like, what if they realized that the God of the people who enslaved them was not worth following ever, and instead they followed the enemy of that God? And so it's kind of a satanic band, but like not that they really believe in Satan. It's more like the concepts of rebellion and being against a religion that lends itself to colonialism and just exploitation of people. But they do it with like nods all over the place musically to like old spirituals and the vibe of things. And there's this song, shit, I don't remember the name of it, but it feels like it's kind of an internal struggle in the mind of a runaway slave while they're trying to paddle across a river to freedom. And one of like the refrains in the song is "Row, row, row, you fool! Row, 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 you fool!" And it's like it's like this escaping slave like talking to themselves, where he's having like internal strife, and then just like survive and freedom, 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 just as a loop. Very cool. That's one of my favorite bands too. Like I get really jazzed up listening to some of their songs.
Yeah, I love their song. I just looked it up on my phone while you were talking about them. Their song, "You Ain't Coming Back." That's probably my favorite from their "Stranger Fruit" album.
What are some of the lyrics in that song?
Well, let's see here. Let's pull it up real quick. Don't let everybody tell you that you're safe. All these days going to pass like a grass fire. Don't let anyone tell you that you're safe. One of these days, I'm ahead for the last mile. Yeah. These are the hands that dug their graves, so don't let anyone tell you that you're safe. You got to let go. You got to let go, child.
It's just awesome stuff and timely for now. All right, so DP mentioned responding, yet Black Sabbath, Led Zeppelin were heavily influenced by blues. Also, Led Zeppelin straight up stole some of their songs from black artists. The record labels did. They went along with it, but
yeah. Actually, Black Sabbath. Fun story about Black Sabbath. They actually started as a blues, just a blues band called Earth. But
really?
One of the ways that they developed their sound is because they'd be like, a blues band just playing at like clubs or whatever. But they noticed like when they'd be playing, like no one was really paying attention to them. So they just like turned all their amps up louder. And that's one of the things that like led to them developing like their sound of like what became known as heavy metal. Like it's basically Black Sabbath is blues turned up louder, and that became metal, essentially.
That was how Electric Wizard did their thing. They have kind of an iconic sound, and people try to match their sound. And somebody asked them once, like, how did you guys develop your sound? And they're like, we found the cheapest amps that we could turn up the loudest. And I think they ended up being orange, like old orange amps.
Oh, yeah. Good stuff.
Yeah. So that's just where it came from.
Yeah, and Black Sabbath, obviously iconic band, but like everyone thinks of Ozzy, rest in peace. But mean, the whole band. I think like Tony Iommi, the guitarist, Geezer Butler, the bass player, and Bill Ward, one of my favorite drummers. Like all of them, super underrated. Like seriously, go back and like just listen to, especially like their first 4 albums. Like absolutely.
Oh, and DP, the down tuning because of
yes,
the guy's missing fingertips.
Yeah.
I love that story because it is how it's done now, but it was mostly so he could keep playing without.
Yeah, so it was like so the strings were looser, so they were easier for him to press on. But so like this guy, like so again, that's what makes him even more impressive because like he's missing his fingertips, so he has these like fake tips on his fingers, and he is still a fucking amazing guitar player.
It's really metal. Missing fingertips and you're nailing it. Like that's metal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anywho, all right. Well.
Oh, Chuck!
Somebody said something earlier about how we're never getting back to the video. Where I'm about to prove you wrong.
Speaking of titties, what?
I'd love to.
That's a little mean.
Relationship with his son, Jesus. This is one of the most precious books in my house. Has been for many years. It's called the Jesus Storybook Bible. We use this in Kids Club. And if you're a parent and you're looking for a resource to help connect your kids to the truth of God, I can't recommend this book enough.
We had that too.
So did we.
Okay, honestly, the art is actually great.
Yes. Yeah, the
illustration. As far as like storybook Bibles go, the best. Is it good enough? I would say don't.
Yes, because this, I think one of the worst things about this Bible, but before we get into that, crack open my third beer. So back to the Seeing Colors that I started with. So sort of a problem, and obviously this is not just a Crossroads thing. This seems to be a general evangelical, especially, but Christian problem. It's something that came up when we had Kip on talking about Noah's flood and how the whole point of that message seemed to be like, yeah, I know this seems really bad, but if you just
Noah was fine.
If you think about Jesus the whole time, then it's good. And so Kyle even referenced Paul essentially saying, okay, but if you read the Old Testament without Jesus in mind, you're basically reading it wrong. So, which, I mean, hugely insulting to pretty much every Jewish person ever who, like, you know, did not become Christian or whatever. But yeah, this whole like, no, you Jewish people with your like thousands of years of history and tradition with your scriptures, we're going to come along later and tell you that you're reading them wrong because you need to be reading our guy into it because it's really all about him, even though it's so obviously not. But that's basically the point of this, what's called the Jesus Storybook Bible. And yes, I mean, yeah, don't worry, we'll be getting back to him in the faith and science message because yeah, he's the one delivering that.
But honestly, don't you kind of like Kyle? Like the fuel for the pain is just enough. You know what I mean? Like there's always something. Like Kyle's gonna give you enough to make fun of and to hate. Like
This is true. So, but that's the whole point, and obviously Chuck's going to get into this with the Jesus Storybook Bible, like that. I think that's kind of like the subtitle for it is like every story whispers his name or something like that. So that's the whole point of the Bible is like they'll read all these Bible stories, but then at the end of it, tell you, and this is how this story points to Jesus. Like that's the whole fucking thing.
Look, just because it conceptually rhymes, honestly, I think that's way more interesting that just like the patterns and the repetitions and like the fractal kind of just like way things play out. I find that way cooler than saying like, and clearly you can see this is like fortune telling for Jesus. And it's like, no, just because it's similar and you can see it in that doesn't mean it's telling it. Like, can't you just like think it's neat that like motifs repeat?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. But again, like what it's almost like
shit.
It's kind of like almost like reverse of the way they claim. No, it's not that like all these Old Testament stories or Hebrew Bible stories were pointing forwards towards Jesus. It's the people who were writing about Jesus were wanting it to point towards him, so they wrote it in such a way. It's like, hey, remember that thing that our old scriptures say? Well, I'm going to tell you, like, and write a new.
Well, sure, yeah, in the New Testament, they were totally doing fan fiction.
Yeah, so it matches matches things from the Hebrew Bible because it was specifically designed that way, not because it was prophecy or anything like that. It's like, no, they did that on purpose. They were specifically making callbacks to things from the Hebrew Bible. Say like, see, he fits. It's like, Yeah, even though like. Because if you actually read all the Hebrew Bible like passages that actually are about the Messiah, like he is
not that one.
Like because according to them, the Messiah is like, first of all, he is just a dude, not God himself. He's just a dude, blessed by God, sure, but a dude, not God, who delivers them like in a very physical, earthly way from their oppressors kind of thing. So which makes sense because this is why, like, you ever wonder why, like, the people like the Pharisees and Sadducees in Jesus' day, AKA the ones who were the most familiar with their scriptures and what it said about the Messiah, and they didn't recognize him? I wonder why that was. So maybe because he didn't actually fit any of the fucking descriptions, or like, there have been some here and there that they obviously made some sort of tenuous connection overall.
Yeah. In a weird way, it's interesting. Your mic cut out again. Just trying to fix it real fast with my magic.
Thank you.
So for whatever reason, I pay a lot of attention to what a certain country in the Mediterranean does. I don't want to say the name because the algorithm is very sensitive. Seeing what they do with some like particularly Christian ways of looking at the Old Testament, which is odd. What you're able to accomplish when you look at the Jewish scriptures that way, like when you pay attention to the brutality and like look at that as a template for like what's good and right, like we can watch what that does. And I think anybody who looks at that like as objectively as possible, even like as like subjectively as possible, like just what's good for the survival of humanity, like that ain't it.
Yeah.
And some people say that like Christianity, when you take it very enthusiastically, it becomes a death cult.
Well, and I mean,
they're excited. They're like, yeah, let's bring on the apocalypse. Let's do it. That's when the real fun starts. It's like, this is bad. You people are like, what is? We need to aim. We need to aim for most people dying. That's when things get best. It's like, yeah, I think you're bad for all of us.
Right. And also, like, by all accounts, like Christianity, including Jesus himself, like started as an apocalyptic cult, essentially. I mean, this is why Jesus said things like, all of you, like none, like some of you who are still here will not have died by the time all this stuff. Like, so it's like even through Paul, it's like you can tell they all expected the apocalypse and like the end of the world or whatever to be coming like very imminently. Like this is all about to happen.
That's probably why Jesus didn't tell anybody to write anything down. It's because he probably thought shit was going down tomorrow.
Yeah, he's like, what's the point?
It doesn't matter. Scriptures, schmiptures. Like, we ain't got time to get scribes to write shit down.
Yeah, and this is also like Paul was like telling people, like, don't even bother marrying unless you just really need to fuck. Then fine. But
which is exactly what a queer or asexual dude, which I guess is also queer, would say.
Right. So, anywho. All right, well, there's... we still got a lot to get through. Oh, yeah. Well, actually, we're almost down to 10 minutes left, and a bunch of this is a song that we'll just be skipping through. So,
I think when you're bringing up the children's Bible, you're about to wrap things up, probably.
Yeah.
You're like, man, I sold that last bit so fucking well. If you want to sell that to your kids, here's a book.
Yeah, essentially. But so let's let him get through this, I guess.
And what this book says is its subtitle is Every Story Whispers His Name. And what it does is it takes
I already said that, Chuck.
every story in the Bible, all the stories in the Old Testament, every story in the New Testament, and it points to Jesus. Because that's what the Bible does. And so I thought one of the things I'd like to do today for you is actually read you a story.
Also, it just now struck me like the odd phrasing. There's like, see, all these stories in the Bible, they all point to Jesus because that's what the Bible does. Thank you.
I didn't even catch it the way he said it. I didn't even catch it.
Yeah.
So I was like,
yeah. No, I will.
It sounded like a good point.
Lyra, I think actually, but like watch hours, I don't know how many more we need, but really the main thing for us is subs. Like we're only at like 187. I think we need to be up to 500. But with the amount of hours that we have, with the amount of subs we have, I think by the time we get to 500, the hours will take care of themselves, probably no problem. So really the big thing is just getting more subs. So if anyone's interested in that, yeah,
supposedly going more shorts is helpful, but like we tend to get views on shorts and then it drops off and nothing happens.
Yeah, because it's like basically for this entire year, I think a lot of it was we were going on other people's shows a lot as well. But like I think it was just in January we hit 100. And then we're up to 187, but it's like we got to 187 and just like stopped like a month ago at least.
Well, YouTube does not show us the new people almost as a rule. Occasionally somebody wanders in, but I don't know if it's we say all the wrong things or if we say so many different things it does not know what to do with us.
Yeah, or maybe that we like go for like 5 or 6 hours plus or whatever. So. But so yeah, so I guess
we did some shorts. I bet if we found like if we found the sweet spot with the shorts for what topics get the algorithm to care.
Yeah.
But
yeah. I blame Kip for so many things, but
yeah.
but also like part of it is it's like
how does Kip make money, by the way? Does he teach somewhere?
He has like the online courses. And, I mean, I'm assuming he makes money from his channel as well. But yeah, and now that he finally wrote a book, he'd probably make something from that.
It's sad how much you can't make from a book, though.
This is true.
Like the amount of time that you have to spend on it.
Yeah,
it's kind of messed up.
But enough about Kip. Back to us.
Ah!
But yeah, I mean, honestly, part of it, the main reason is like. It's honestly just like we never intended for this to like go anywhere, like even approaching monetization. So basically all the things that you usually like have to do to be monetized, we're just kind of not interested in doing. Because like this was not supposed, because like this was not supposed to be work. Like we literally like the whole idea of the show is me and Matt have been friends for ever, and we do this when we hang out, and someone at one point said, "Hey, you guys should do a podcast." Or like,
your ex.
Okay. Well, there were among other people as well.
Okay, good.
But yeah, she was one of them too. But then like our friend Derek like hooked us up with like the Restream account, and
hey, wait, just realized something. You used to have a whole separate little house with a climbing wall, and we never fucking used it.
I mean, I did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Why didn't I?
I don't know.
I know it's weird. I never was like, "Hey, can I do that?" I don't know why I didn't do that.
I mean, also to be fair, we weren't in that house for very long.
Well, right, and those mattresses were funky as hell that you could fall on. So.
Yeah.
But still, you lived in a big house that had its own little house that was a climbing gym.
Yeah. That was a cool house, but yeah.
That was peak house, I think, for you guys.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. But speaking of peak, this would be peak. people subscribing. Sure. Yeah, because like I said, our goal was never to like make this like an actual thing or whatever and be monetized. But we're like, but if we get there, sure. I mean, don't expect us to do anything different as far as like putting in more effort.
I mean, there'll be different effort. Like we'll have some, we might have some sarcastic like Patreon tiers or like YouTube tiers.
Yeah, because like honestly, like I mean, like I said, me and Matt do this the way we do it just because this is what we enjoy. Like because like literally all it takes is once a week we just log in and have fun for several hours with people. Like I mean, and occasionally we'll do the whole like making clips and shorts or whatever that are the things you're supposed to do. But like honestly, like
only if we get a bee in our bonnet about it.
Yeah. But yeah, honestly, like it's basically the way it is right now is this is just what we want it to be, I guess. So
yeah, so it'll be however we do and feel.
Yeah. But when people do come across it, they seem to like it. So
yeah, people YouTube does show it too, like randomly. Well, one, they tend to really like it, but also never come back.
Yeah, the random ones. But yeah, so I guess we really just rely on, word of mouth, as it were, or like using the share button. And like, yeah, seriously, like if there's people who you think might enjoy this, let them know.
And they don't have to watch all of it.
No.
Like, look, it's all gold. They can like skip ahead and find something immediately. It's probably good.
Right.
Or irrelevant.
Or like very amusingly irrelevant. I think that's kind of where we like really hit the sweet spot. But anyway, oh yeah. So speaking of things you're supposed to do on YouTube, remember how we were watching a video?
Yeah, he brought out the kids' Bible, and I needed a minute.
Yeah, like I say, like we're not real YouTubers. We just play them on YouTube.
But the illustrator goes. The illustrator of the mouth is not doing words, but well on certain words. The illustrator goes by like a single name. I want to say like Jago or something, and it's actually like really good art. Like I'm really torn because like visually, graphic design, and like illustration and character way, like it is kind of beautiful. But the other part.
Yeah. But I think Fox here, as Guard says, yeah, it's this is kind of what defines the channel. The truth, we're here to mock Kyle and his Muppet counterpart Dinks. Yeah, that's. And then occasionally we'll get some other random folks in there, a Frank Turek here and there, which also. Now I haven't run this by Matt yet, but I figured this would be a great video to watch next week. It being Pride Month, to try to stay on theme. I found a Frank Turek video entitled "What If Everyone Was Gay?"
That sounds amazing.
But I'm worried that's going to be one of those situations where like the concept of it is so much better than the actual thing itself.
Turek wishes.
But I figured like we have to watch that. So that may be next week, unless we think of something else.
There's somebody with the last name Turek running for office out west. I forget where. Maybe a governorship somewhere. Last name Turek, but it's the Democratic Party. And in my head canon, they're related. And he's really mad.
Yeah, but so one of my favorite, speaking of Frank Turek and YouTube, one of my favorite things ever was like I was watching Frank Turek's debate with Christopher Hitchens on YouTube. And
I need to rewatch that.
And the captions, just the way that Hitch pronounced like Dr. Turek, the captions rendered it as Dr. Jerk.
Perfect.
It's like that's just one of the most fantastic things ever. So anyway, all right. So Jesus Storybook Bible. We should probably get through this.
From this book. I want you to put yourself in the mindset of maybe when you were a kid.
To us.
Hopefully you had someone who would read to you at night, tuck you in. Some of us didn't have that.
This is the guided meditation
that
they pull. And I, when I was there, I would look around at people like, he's doing guided meditation. Like I was fine with it, but I knew what it was.
Right.
And it's even more obvious when he says close your eyes and stuff, and he does like vision casting and spiritual shit. And but it's so funny that like kind of basically a fundamentalist church is doing New Age shit. It's things they would call New Age if they weren't saying Jesus while they were talking about it.
Exactly.
A new experience. But I pray that it's a tender experience. I just want to read to you the introduction of this book. I've read this many times because I've read this to all my kids.
Tender and moist.
Falling out of the book. But I love these words. I just want you to take these words in about why God gave us the Bible.
he was moist. He had to like towel himself off there. It's like so tender and moist.
Take them in, taste and see. He used the same tone of voice to say take them in.
Yeah.
Taste and see, take them in. Take Jesus in.
Yeah, taste him. Taste him good. Yeah.
Penis.
It starts with the scripture, Psalm 19, 1-2. It says, the heavens are singing about how great God is, and the skies are shouting it out. See what God has made. Day after day, night after night, they are speaking to us. And
then why do we need the Bible? Kind of back to what you were saying earlier about like the rocks crying out, and I think even like the trees are mentioned in there. It's like,
well, the Bible's confirmation. We had to get involved. You couldn't just look at it and be like, that's really cool. I'm connecting with whatever's behind that. Even if it's just that, I'm connecting with that. What a profound thing that's happening. Nope, let me write a book about it.
Right.
It says this, God wrote, I love you. He wrote it in the sky and on the earth and under the sea. He wrote his message everywhere because God created everything in his world to reflect him like a mirror, to show us what he is like, to help us to know him, and to make our hearts sing. The way a kitten chases her tail.
What?
The way red poppies grow wild. The way a dog...
If it's like a mirror, aren't we then... Doesn't that mean we're seeing ourselves? Because that's how mirrors fucking work.
Right?
Now, I heard it described as we are a mirror for God. And that was profound enough to be confusing long enough.
Ooh.
And like, I mean, that's the same thing basically, but like a little twist on it that makes you think more. But if the Bible's a mirror, then it tells us more. Like Greg Boyd used to say, what you think about, what you believe about God says more about you than it says about God. Unironically, as a Christian, he said that.
Yeah, which, and my response to that is like, okay, then how do we know anything about God then? Like, aren't you just admitting that we're all inventing God in our own way?
And yes, but no. Somebody who's a large chunk of their brain is atheist and the rest hasn't caught up, and that's the one that writes books and talks and says things.
Yeah, it's like, oh god, this is something I want to do an episode on soon. Is just the whole like progressive Christianity kind of thing, and how in a lot of ways now I find that just as much, if not sometimes more annoying than like the super fundamentalist.
Right, because they reach a stopping point and then they plant their flag again and forget they ever planted a flag before. And
yeah, or again, speaking of Greg Boyd, like his whole like, no, anytime you're reading the Bible and it doesn't look like Jesus, you're just reading it wrong, or whoever wrote it just had the wrong impression. It's like, well, how do we know we got the Jesus stuff right? No, maybe God actually was like all the other more like violent genocidal pictures, and he's super pissed at the Jesus parts and how like that's getting him wrong. It's like, no, you're picking, like you literally are picking the parts that you like better, and good for you that you like the nicer parts better. Again, that's a better reflection on you, again, not God. Because that's, and also, I guess, long story short, one of the main things that like led me out of Christianity is just realizing like, wait, no one actually knows anything about God. It's like we're all just like making up our own shit and choosing to believe the parts we like. No one actually knows anything. So I'm like, fine, then I'm done. But anywho,
so DH with if you want another children's Bible, The Awful Stories of a Great Art, the book I Am, like 40 Bible stories, devotions, and prayers by the names of God. It's pretty good too. That sounds like too much. That's too much in one book. That it's like a high colonic of Bibble.
Something like that. Yeah. Anywho.
Often
Wait,
sins.
shit. What's that
And God
from
put it into
where
words, too.
somebody goes, "This man needs an enema"? What's that from? Tell me that's a thing.
I mean, I remember in like the original Batman movie, Joker saying, "What this town needs is an enema."
yes, that's what it is.
Yeah.
But I challenge you. I think it is "This one needs an enema." I think that's the exact line.
Mm-hmm.
I know because that movie kind of traumatized me because I had never seen anything like it. Because I was a sensitive boy.
Yeah. I never actually saw it. I just know that line is the thing.
What, the original Batman with Michael Keaton?
Yeah, I didn't see that or Batman Returns.
Okay, well, I can forgive you for Returns because that was...
No, I started with Batman Forever.
Ooh, that's unfortunate.
I liked it at the time. Fuck you.
That was more like Nipples and Codpiece Man.
Well, the nipples were more like the Batman and Robin movie, but
okay, yeah, no, they got more pronounced in that, and yeah. Batman and Robin was basically should have been called like Robin's Codpiece and also Batman.
Yeah, so basically the only Batman movies I've seen were Batman Forever, Batman and Robin, and then the Christian Bale, Christopher Nolan trilogy.
Okay, the Nolan trilogy was awesome.
Yeah.
I like to pretend that there was the Tim Burton editions and then the Nolan editions, and everything happened in between was a bad dream.
Yeah, but then I haven't seen anything since, like, the Batman with Superman or like the new stuff with Robert Pattinson or whoever.
Hold on now. Okay, shit. What was the director of Batman Forever and Batman and Robin guy? What was his name again? Schumacher? That's not a thing.
Yeah, Joel Schumacher. That's
okay. Those movies would have made fantastic pornos. But without that element, they were terrible.
Okay, now the last Nolan, I won't say it was awful.
I don't know if I ever saw that one, or maybe I blanked it out. Which one was that?
Yeah, The Dark Knight Rises. That was the one with Bane.
Oh, I don't.
Now, I think
I'm not remembering that on purpose.
No, the thing was, I think the movie did what it needed to do to wrap up that particular story, and it did that well, which I think unfortunately meant it just had to be not as good of a movie, if that makes sense.
No, there are some stories like that. Lost was like that. Like, it was going to have a shitty ending.
Yeah, but still, like Dark Knight, but just The Dark Knight, like not just one of the best like comic book superhero movies ever, just one of the best movies ever, period.
Yeah, he was clearly fascist and you were there for it.
Mm-hmm. And also Batman Begins, the first of the trilogy, also very good. But
yeah.
Also, fun fact about Batman Begins. The only movie that me and my ex-wife ever saw, just the two of us in theaters.
What, Batman Begins?
Yeah.
Have you seen something in the theater since then?
Well, yeah, I have.
Okay, good.
But I've seen plenty of stuff in the theater since then. But
for a while, that was the last thing you had seen in the theater, and it had been a while.
Well, no, because I saw The Dark Knight, and that was like the last thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but anywho. But yeah,
there's some good shit coming out this year. I got to look back on that, but there's a lot of good things coming out this summer.
Yeah, but yeah, she just wasn't really into movies, so like we didn't watch.
Hold on, first, before I forget about Disclosure Day, the Steven Spielberg movie is coming out, I think in July, maybe later this month. It looks like it's going to be a mindfuck, and there are some speculations that elements of what's actually going on with aliens are revealed in that movie, and at some point after that they're gonna somebody will reveal which parts were actual fact. Potentially it would be awesome if they showed a real image of a UFO in that movie, played it off like it's part of the movie, and then later they say that was real, and it would be like a great way to soft walk disclosure to the public in America, especially because if you want to soften the blow, give us a show or a movie about it first.
This is true. Yeah. All right.
But regardless, even if it's completely fake, it looks like it's going to be amazing.
Well, good. I do enjoy amazing. So. But speaking of amazing, here's not that. Sorry, Marin, if you're still listening.
And wrote it in a book called the Bible. Now, some people think the Bible is a book of rules, telling you what you should and shouldn't do. The Bible certainly does have some rules in it. They show you how life works best.
Some.
But the Bible isn't mainly about you and what you should be doing. It's about God and what he has done.
But even more so, what we should do in response.
Right, because like you see what he's doing here. It's like, okay, the whole rules thing. Okay, that's definitely a huge part of the Bible. But
there's whole books in the Old Testament about it. Come on now,
right? But it's like whoever is writing this storybook Bible thing, they were like, oh, but people don't like that, so we're just gonna say it's not really about that, even though it so clearly, largely is. But
Tommy, we need to see the Joker.
I did see the Joker. The first.
Oh, okay.
I did not see the second one.
There's a Joker too. I had no idea.
It's like a musical or something.
Oh, get out of fucking town.
Well, from what I've heard, the way it looks, it's almost like the people who made the movie. It's almost like, I guess I would say, like terrible on purpose, because that was kind of the point.
For the musical or the movie?
For the musical, like the sequel.
Okay. But that's a hard thing to really nail, though.
Yeah, like that's just what I heard. I don't know if that's actually the case. That's just the way I've heard some people describe it. I don't actually know anything. But,
that would be amazing if that's the case. But that's really hard. Like, ideally, you pull that off, and even people who are just annoyed by it would notice you're doing it on purpose. But then if you do it so well, then only the awesome people realize it's on purpose.
Also, I just love this from Noise Ending. The Bible has some rules in it.
Sure,
the Torah has it in the chat. Well done. Right, yeah, the Bible's not about rules, but rather about what God did for humanity. Oh, but gay people, wait, maybe some rules.
No, yeah, you know what's crazy is the people who are most passionate about the Torah and or the Bible, and sometimes it's the same people. For people who are like, well, somebody in my family dealing with a recent event, being super focused on like the ideal rules to follow in a situation as they see it. Ignore the hell out of some rules in the Bible, like readily. Both the country I mentioned earlier and the evangelicals, and it's really choose your adventure with theology.
Right? Yeah. Anywho.
Other people think the Bible is a book of heroes, showing you people you should copy. The Bible does have some heroes in it, but as you'll soon find out, most of the people in the Bible aren't heroes at all. They make some big mistakes, sometimes on purpose. They get
So, well,
why do they feel slightly anti-Semitic?
But also raise the question, then why are they fucking in there? It's like
negative examples.
But why do we need those, though? If the point of the Bible is to point us to Jesus and get to know him better, then why do we need to also read the stories of other people who just severely fucked up?
Well, because David was a man after God's own heart. And apparently, God has a thing for naked ladies on roofs. And
and murdering their husbands.
Right? And murdering their husbands. But also, like, totally being okay fucking dudes in your Mighty Men clan. And
right. Like hitting giants in the forehead with rocks and stuff.
Yeah. Right? Like, the Mighty Men vibe was sure, him and I want to say the guy's name was Jeffrey. That's wrong. What was David's like special man friend in the Mighty Men?
Jonathan.
Not a Jeffrey. A bit like a Jeffrey though.
Sure.
they were special friends, but the general vibe was like they were all special friends.
Yeah, there was that. It was just so much love to be spread around. But yeah,
some people would have you believe too much love. They're called homophobic.
Afraid and run away. At times, they're downright mean. No, the Bible isn't a book of rules or a book of heroes. The Bible is most of all a story. It's an adventure story about a young hero who comes from a far country to win back his lost treasure. It's a
far country? Heaven? That's weirdly nationalistic.
love story about a brave prince who leaves his palace, his throne, everything to rescue the one he loves. It's like the most wonderful of fairy tales that has come true in real life. You see
okay, but what is in this story? What is the hero rescuing us from? That is not the situation that he specifically designed.
Well, it's the consequences of our actions according to things as designed.
Yeah, because this is the part I think a lot...
Sounds like somebody has a savior complex.
because like, here's the part of this that I think a lot of Christians kind of miss, is that they forget that God created all of this from scratch to be exactly the way he intended it to be, including what would be the consequences for certain decisions. Because they want to say, oh, it's all messed up because of decisions we made. Okay, but who's the one who designed it so that us making these decisions would lead to these consequences? Like one example that I love to like go back to when people like to talk about like, you know, the fine tuning argument or whatever, and they look at the Earth and they'll look at things like the ozone, like the magnetosphere, and like all the things about the Earth that it has like built in to kind of like protect it from like whether it's harmful rays, which are not well enough, or basically it says there's all this dangerous stuff in space, but look how well designed the Earth and its atmosphere and like magnetosphere is like to like repel all these things and protect us from it. It's like, oh yeah, that's great that God put all these things in place to protect us from all these dangerous things out in space.
Except giant asteroids.
Yeah, but the main thing, like, who put all these dangerous things out in space?
Like, this is the Goldilocks zone we're in. This is as good as it fucking gets.
No, but my
all this shit like, the sun belches out.
No, but my point is like, who designed space to be so dangerous that we would need these protections?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like me inviting a bunch of people over for dinner, poisoning all of your food, but then providing you an antidote because I'm such a nice and loving host. It's like, maybe just don't fucking poison the food to begin with. Like,
man, there's a capitalism reference in there.
That this is also true, but I am so much less impressed with all the protections that God puts in place when he's needing to protect us from other things that he put in place. Like, I think this is the part that a lot of Christians just forget or just don't think about. Like, they act as if God just happened upon this like terrible situation and he figured out a way to fix it and make it right, like forgetting that he's the one who created the entire goddamn situation to begin with. So it's like, okay, great, super impressed, you figured out a way to save us from all the ways you were fucking us over. Cool. You look like you're looking at a thing.
No, yeah, I am. Good call. Also, my arm is out like I'm doing a thing. Is it Illyria, by the way? Is that how I pronounce it?
Yeah, Illyria, yes.
Okay. That's a cool sounding name. Weird how people believe Messiah will return and get put anyone who says they're Jesus in the mental wards. Yeah. Also, anybody who says Jesus is coming back tomorrow, everybody seems to think they're crazy too. It's like nearly what Jesus said.
Right.
And then the framing of a fairy tale that the Jesus storybook uses makes God more of a demigod who doesn't create or lost control of the universe. He created and who's now bound within the rules to save us. Yeah, that's the weird thing is like they're a closet fundamentalist church. Crossroads puts out as like this awesome storybook. It is like weirdly agnostic, or not agnostic, Gnostic.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, and Crossroads loves to frame things as we are a part of God's story, and kind of like refer to the Bible as God's story. Um, Referring to it as a singular thing, it's just great. It's really crazy that people like the weird inbred cousins of Judaism, which is what Christianity kind of is, uh, love to say what the Old Testament is and isn't, and so many rabbis would disagree. It's just a mess.
Yeah. But also, speaking of Alira, a good point here. Yeah, again, providing the antidote to only one person would be closer. Yes, by percentages, for sure. Yeah. But yes, Alira, I want to say, for some reason, I'm thinking you're from. I think it's pronounced Turkaya. Like we don't call it Turkey anymore. I think it's Turkaya. I think that's how it's pronounced.
Or Turkey.
If I'm correct on where you're from, but yes, Alira, the KIP membership giver, also the better than Ember. I'm pretty sure Alira is responsible for roughly 32% of all YouTube memberships. Like she just keeps handing them out.
Alira does sound like an awesome Mediterranean name.
Mm-hmm.
Look, when did it ever become a thing that we call countries by a thing they don't call themselves?
Yeah.
Like Germany has been Germany forever. It's not anything like Deutschland.
Yeah, I think that came from like the Romans, like they called it like Germania or something. But
which probably just meant like backwater white people to the north.
Yeah, and then like we call China, obviously, but I think they're what they call themselves is more like Chungguo or something like that, and yet Japan, like they do not call themselves Japan.
It's Nippon,
like,
right?
It's like, yeah, where do we get Japan? Like that.
Well, if you're drunk and kind of racist, Nippon could kind of sound like Japan if you slur it. Nippon? You mean, well, what is great? It's not English. Japan. Just making shit up, make fun of them.
Yeah.
It's even hard for them to say Japan.
Yeah, that's like especially rude.
What the fuck are we even doing? That just feels really racist and mean.
Yeah.
We've been misgendering people and misnaming people forever. It seems like.
But
sorry, everybody, it's not going away real soon.
Right, but something I learned is speaking of like China and how they refer to themselves. I think it's Chungguo because I think Guo means like right. Place. Like Guo means like place of. So like
Qin Dynasty, like Qin place.
Well, no, it's more like Chung, like Chung. Okay. I want to say like Chungguo, but that their name for America, it actually is like it sounds close to like Mariguo, but in Chinese, it actually means like the beautiful place. But it also just happens to kind of sound like America as well, but it means the beautiful place, which that's
the cool. way they're investing in farmland, it makes sense.
This is true. So,
also, everybody say hello to your new overlords.
Right.
We lost the Iran war. China won by not participating.
So they literally get like, was that the non-participation trophy? Is that a thing?
Yeah, so they let Ukraine use all their drones to like revolutionize warfare based on cheap Chinese tech. In the meantime, China was like, "Yeah, what do you need? We'll sell it to you," which meant that China was learning how to do the thing really well. And American interceptors got taken out over and over again by cheaper drones. And as long as China can produce ballistic missile interceptors faster than the United States, which is likely, we're kind of fucked. And we're just China's more in charge now, but hey, they don't want to be in charge like America has been in charge. So honestly, even though some things they do are worse, everybody else is probably better off because they don't like to meddle the same way we did.
This is true. All right.
We're never getting the algorithm in our favor.
Let's keep it up. I dig it. I clicked on
The best
you,
thing
Chuck.
about this story is it's true. There are lots of stories in the Bible, but all the stories are telling one big story. The story of how God loves his children and comes to rescue them. It takes the whole Bible to tell this story. And at the center of the story.
Why does it take the whole Bible to tell the story, like just to get across the idea that God loves us? Why does it take all of that?
Thousands of years, sometimes hundreds, between when things were written or people cared about it. And
yeah, and this is reminding me of, because he doesn't use this exact phrase, but I think the closest he probably gets to it is maybe calling it a love story. But I remember, like, a lot of Christians also refer to the Bible as like a big love letter from God. Ugh. But I love Emma Thorne, like her reaction to that idea.
Wait, hold on, real fast. How queer is it to be in love with a god? A little bit. It's a whole new thing. Like, how do you put that on the progressive pride flag?
That's probably in the plus, I guess. But
yeah, it'd have to be. It's definitely niche.
Right. But I think Emma Thorne had a great response to this idea of like the Bible as a love letter. She said, like, I don't know, like as a love letter, like for it involving like this much like genocide and slavery, I think this kind of love letter warrants a restraining order.
Yeah. No, thank you.
I thought it was perfect.
Hey, that reminds me. I was on Facebook recently for no good reason, and I saw that somebody had posted that like somebody. I don't want to go too much into it. I know one of them is a swinger, or aspires to be. Anyway, this person made a comment about like, can't we all just agree that it's good that like Trump is blessing God or rededicating America to God? Like, no matter what you think about the person, can't we agree this is a good thing that someone is dedicating America to God? And I was like, I don't know, but like, if the person pretending to be a Christian who also digs kids wants to dedicate the country to God, it seems like a thanks but no thanks situation. Like, appreciate but don't.
Right?
Please don't.
Right. Yeah.
What is this that it doesn't matter who it is? When did that become a Christian thing? It used to completely matter who it was.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, sure, he probably raped kids, but he's like, he's on our side.
Because you remember how they reacted to Bill Clinton having an apparently completely consensual affair with an adult,
right?
And they're like, this completely disqualifies him.
First of all, half y'all jealous. It's second,
right? Yeah, but also, Guard, I have seen Emma's Little Duck Gaming channel playing the Jesus game. It is highly entertaining.
I'll have to watch it.
I've also seen like Zod playing it, which is also highly entertaining.
I didn't want to watch that because I thought it would be so terrible. I was just going to be irritated and sad. But
no, it's good. Like, okay. You should definitely watch. You should definitely at least. I'd recommend watching both, but yeah, Zod playing it, because there's this whole like running gag where he's having Jesus like going around like asking people like if they want to like marry him or do him.
Hold on, I think it should be an unlockable feature. You can play Hellblade as Jesus.
Hellblade. Ooh, have you finished that yet?
No. You should probably just loan me your console.
All right. Well, I would, except now I'm back to my Xbox because I decided to like start a new like file on Elden Ring. So I'm working my way through that. But
no, that's a worthy endeavor to create like a whole new storyline for yourself.
Yeah, but it's interesting because I found myself, especially as far as like what kind of weapons I use, like going through pretty much like the same progression as I did in my first playthrough. But yeah, it's like I start with my starter weapon, which my very first playthrough, for anyone interested, I started with the samurai class, but mostly because that was like the only one that started you with a bow, and I love having a bow as an option. So I think it was the Uchigatana, my main weapon, but like as soon as I found like the flail and the Highlander's axe, those became my mains. But then until I found like I think would eventually being like my main two, Black Shield and Moog's Spear, because they just have like the best weapon arts ever. But then literally exact same thing happened on my new character in like playthrough. But except my new character, I started using the Great Stars a lot more because I fucking love that weapon. But
I don't know what that is.
It's basically a big hammer that causes a lot more bleed buildup. So it's like,
oh, like internal bleeding? That sounds cool. Internal bleeding is crazy.
No, but it's basically in the microphone go away again. Damn it.
Briefly. Yeah, I was gonna say something, but it fixed
so
itself.
Yes. On my second playthrough, I did start with the that actually was my starting class in my second file because of the outfit. And basically that's what I've done. Like as far as like my armor is I've picked up new sets. I've kept like the main armor, but I've combined it with the Banished Knight helm, like with like the cloth wrapping around. I thought that looks really good. So I basically just keep swapping out the gauntlets and the leggings, but I keep those two main sets. It looks really good. Anyway,
a couple interesting comments about because I clicked on something so the chat stopped scrolling. DH said Christianity actually has a lot of stories in the Old Testament with awful people who are still granted heroic status. Weird, still happening today.
Weird, right? All right, so I want to get through this because there's something that he says later in this that I specifically made like a new little clip for. Because
okay.
There was something he said that reminded me of something from an episode of The Office that made me.
Why are there bicycles amused when he's talking about how much God matters to us and stuff?
I don't know. But yes, dress up in Elden Ring is fun. Fashion Souls, all the way. Yeah. Which again, this may be something we do for our 200 subs. Like, not only will I critique again, because a lot of you weren't watching the first time we did this, critique Elon Musk's Elden Ring build, but I'll go ahead and like share mine as well, if anyone's interested, as well as maybe my Dark Souls 3 build, because honestly, of the whole like Soulsborne series, Dark Souls 3 is still my favorite. But yeah, Bloodborne, another good, because I would say like my favorite games, Dark Souls 3 is at the top, then Elden Ring, then Bloodborne. But yeah, Bloodborne definitely has some of the best outfits. For that one, I can't remember the names of the pieces, otherwise I'd go into it. Anyway, oh yeah, we're still watching a thing, and I want to get to other things, so let's do stuff.
Okay.
There is a baby. Every story in the Bible whispers his name. He is like the missing piece in a puzzle, the piece that makes all other pieces fit together. And suddenly, you can see a beautiful picture. And this is no ordinary baby. This is the child upon whom everything would depend. This is the child who would one day, but wait, our story begins where all good stories start, right at the very beginning.
So again, apparently
that's not how puzzles work, first of all.
Right? Yeah.
There isn't one piece that makes the whole picture make sense.
This is true. It's a really big piece, though.
It's one of those puzzles where like everything's flowers except for like one piece.
Or I'm just picturing like, because the way a lot of people go at puzzles is like they start with like the border. So I'm just imagining a puzzle where you get all the border pieces put together and the entire middle is just one big piece. And they're like, that's Jesus. Worst fucking puzzle ever.
And you just kind of cram it to make it fit.
Yeah. Hey, Bloodborne is really good. I will give it that.
What kind of game is that?
It's from the people who made like the Dark Souls and Elden Ring.
Okay.
Yeah.
For some reason, my brain doesn't gravitate towards that genre.
Yeah, it's basically.
I think I'm too casual of a gamer for that.
Yeah, it's intense. It's basically, think of like Dark Souls, but instead of like dark fantasy type, it's more like werewolves, vampires, and Lovecraftian horror.
Oh, all right.
All like combined. It's
I need to
really
read
good.
some Lovecraft stuff.
Yeah. Also, like without shields, which was one of the biggest adjustments for me.
Seems like you need shields.
Yeah, but well, okay. So Bloodborne like doesn't really have shields, but I think there's only 2 in the entire game, and one of them literally says it would be stupid to use this, or something like that.
That's kind of meta.
Yeah, because like Bloodborne is much more built around aggression. Like they have this thing that's called like the rallying system, where if you take damage, if you attack more like within a certain time period, you can gain your health back from like
Okay,
repeated attacks. So it's really cool. But
that's kind of a cool function.
yeah, but like I said, in most of the like the Soulsborne games, my build is much more what's called the sword and board, or sword and shield type of build. But anyway, yeah, it's all in the dodge. Just don't get hit, right? Yeah, but you see, here's the thing: I'm not like really good.
Look.
So
if Hellblade is anything like it, there is just not enough of a gap between the dodge and the attack. Like sometimes it is like a split-second window where you can actually do it without getting hit back.
Yeah, Hellblade, like it has some similarities, but I would say it is still a very different type of game.
Yeah, I haven't played the other one, so
yeah,
I'm speculating.
Yeah, see, yeah, maybe I'll save this again for like the 200 sub episode. I can go more in depth in this, but I'm just like, let's just say when it comes to the Soulsborne series, like I'm, especially when it comes to like the type of boss fights I enjoy, I am much more a Slave Knight Gale from Dark Souls 3 and much less a Promised Consort Radahn from Elden Ring. That's just
had you said something Susan as the second part, it would have been really funny to me. Because the way you said it, you're like I wasn't so much a something Lindsay, so much as a something Susan. That's how my brain was hearing it. I was like, I don't know what that means, but I think you're playing dress up.
Fair enough.
And I love reading this to my kids because I want my kids to know that the Bible is not only a rule book. The Bible isn't just a devotional grab bag. This is a love story. And if we look at the Bible that way...
So what is a devotional grab bag? And why is that bad? And why does he have to say the Bible isn't that?
Because that's how they all treat it, including him. Like, he literally did that in this little teaching thing. He grab bagged the hell out of it.
Right?
Didn't use... weird how if it's one story throughout, he couldn't weave a continuous thread through it to prove that it's worth trusting.
Mm-hmm.
Pulled bits and pieces. Crossroads, basically all they do almost lately is devotionals, like different flavors of devotionals. That's what it is. As soon as it was like geared towards an online audience, that's what it was. It was a la carte devotionals.
Right?
That's kind of how it was before, too. It never was... It's never been about deep reflection.
Exactly. Yeah, all right. Well, sorry, I can't ignore you, Fox, but... See, I definitely up the health, and I've never been good at parrying. Dodging, yes. But also like when it comes to like a build, like I maybe it's the ADHD, but I have trouble like committing to a certain path when it comes to like the stats. I get if anything, you could say like I'm definitely more of like a melee style, so you might call it like more of like a quality build, because really what it comes down to is as soon as I like discover a new weapon I like, I'm like, oh, what stats do I need for this weapon? So I'll just like dump them into that. But then I find a new weapon that takes completely different stats. Like, oh, I'll start dumping into that now so I can use this. So yeah,
I think that might be one of the reasons why D&D didn't appeal to me. It's because it's one character that you are or portray like through the whole story. I don't know. It seems kind of boring to me. By the way, one time, speaking of being autistic, which I wasn't, I accidentally mocked some people playing D&D once because I was just sharing my personal experience in a humorous way of watching them play.
Mm-hmm.
And they were really into it. And like there was like a lull, and I was just sitting there like off to the side, and I said, "This is like watching people watch paint dry." And then they were like, "You can go upstairs." And I was like, "What it is though?" And then one of them was like legit pissed at me, and I hurt his feelings for a minute. And I was totally. I was completely unfazed.
Ooh, but I might have to look into this because, like, honestly, that's what I'm going to be doing as soon as the stream is done. I'm going to be going to bed and then probably watching YouTube videos about Soulsborne videos. So, Honeybat, I will have to look that one up.
I love deep exploration of creative things like that.
Yeah, like some of my favorites that I've been watching a lot of recently have been Smotown, Honored Madman. Yeah, those are two big ones that are coming to mind. Oh, and Rusty. I just enjoy his ranking videos, and because he's fucking nuts and he kind of leans into it, and it's fun.
I gotta get YouTube to show me new things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in a little bit of a rut with things it's showing me. It loves to show me political things. And like I'm interested in some of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's a lot of good insight on the left.
This is true. What was that?
That was me dropping my lighter.
All right. Well, I want to get Chuck to get to the thing that made me think of an Office reference so I can play the little clip that I spent time making today.
If you look at it as just a rule book or devotional grab bag, no wonder it might not be life-giving for you. But if you see all the stories in the Bible, every story is really telling one big story, and it's the story of what God would do.
Yeah, so it's basically them looking at the Bible.
You missed.
Right. So because all these other ways he's describing it, it's like those things are in there. So it's basically them saying, okay, but looking at it this way doesn't really work. So we're just going to say it's not that and just ignore all the ways that it absolutely is that. And say, just focus on this one thing that makes it work towards what we want you to think about it. That's really all that's going on here.
You'll feel good if you do. That's how you know it's working.
Right.
Never mind, that's not
to
usually how personal growth works.
Right.
Often it feels bad.
Yeah, quite a bit.
And how much he loves you to bring you back into a relationship with him, well, then the Bible takes on a whole new meaning. And so, yes, I want you to have intellectual confidence that.
Yeah. So basically, if you look at the Bible in the best way possible, it's going to seem the best. So,
emotion. That's an interesting way to reframe intellect as an emotional thing. Intellectual confidence. Confidence is an emotion.
Yeah.
It's not a state of being correct or incorrect. You can be confidently correct or confidently incorrect.
Yeah, it's just how you feel about it. Yeah, it's still all about the feels.
That's how you know it's working. It's working.
Right. Well, how do I know if it's working? Well, are you doing it in a way that's working? No. Well, then do it a different way so it is working, and then it's working.
Do you feel the way you should when we say it's working? No, then it's not working. If they say that's how it's not working, and don't do that.
Yeah, and also it's your fault. How dare you?
And they are also Christians. What now? It's almost like nobody bothered to fucking nail this down as any particular thing, and it's just people who want to be Jewish / hate Jewish people, but are still kind of Jewish.
Yeah, right. And I love how apparently we're doing a good enough job of exposing you people to how they operate that like you get it. You see what's going on. I love that.
You can trust the Bible to be legit, but more than that, I want you to be spiritually open to the invitation that the Bible has for all of us to find God and be with God. So here's my...
Yeah, that's what it's really. It's not like intellectual, actually knowing how any of this stuff is true. Like, whatever. No, I just want you to be open-minded that this is like the best thing ever, and then you'll see it that way, and it's cool.
So, Alira put this up, and where my brain went immediately, computer, could you be less helpful? Thank you. It's like, oh, you want this because you moved it there? And then, no, I didn't want that. Anyway, so is God polygamous? What popped in my head was, if God is fucking Cerberus, is God polyamorous or polygamous?
Well, also, like, going back to, that we've referenced on here, like, before we were doing this show, me and Matt were doing another podcast called Three Beer Gospel that started as a Christian deconstruction podcast, but I think by episode 4, we both accidentally become atheists.
We did a great job.
Mm-hmm. It was fantastic.
Very efficient.
Yes. Maybe that's something else we can do on our like 200 sub celebration. We did that for the 100 subs. Like we played like a little bit of like one of our older episodes from that show. So if anyone's curious more about what we sounded like back then, but
I'll bet we sound younger and it'll be sad.
No, but there's this one. But speaking of being like polygamous with everyone, remember in one of the episodes we talked about how God probably had a complete like all possible genitalia utility belt,
right?
You just like swap between. So like God could fuck everybody in any way that they like. So yeah,
and
he's
all something to do with like if there's other intelligent beings out there on their planet, there had to be some kind of Virgin Mary. But how did God's ghost penis, like, because it's a spirit penis. So because the Holy Spirit impregnated Mary, so the Holy Spirit must have been some kind of like God's spirit penis, ghost penis.
Yeah. So I don't remember which exact episode that was, but I remember it was from the trilogy of episodes called like Unapologetics or something.
I think that's right.
Yeah, it was.
And wasn't it the one where we recorded 3 at the same time?
Yeah.
Yeah, and like we got progressively drunker.
Yes. Yeah, but basically, if you just look up Three Beer Gospel on like Apple Podcasts, Spotify, I think it's on Google Podcasts, but just look for whichever of the Unapologetics trilogy episode had the phrase "ghost penis" in the title. I think that was the one.
Yeah, it had to be.
Yeah. Now, I'd be okay with it, I guess, if someone wanted to keep that going. But
what does it say? What, ghost penis?
I think they're talking about the podcast title, like Three Beer Gospel.
Oh, okay.
Sure, I mean, we're not using it anymore. So
there is a hell of a coaster with it on there that you cannot have.
Yes.
Given to us by a guy who is now like, man, I was like, what's the combination of being like ate up with something and up Trump's ass? How can you be ate up with Trump and in the ass?
Yeah, it's also, I'm still unclear if we're still actually friends anymore, which is a whole other thing as well. But
yeah, more data needed.
Yeah. Anyway, back to Chuck.
You probably are if you stop like being like anti not thinking.
Right? Yeah, damn it, I just can't.
Simply this: get into the Word of God. Get into God's Word and get God's Word into your heart. A couple years.
That was the moment where he's just like, "Oh, just get into it, and then you believe." Like, so that just reminded me of this from, if anyone remembers the show The Office.
Ryan, just get in the coffin. Ryan.
Just get it.
That's amazing. Also, dude, I remember being in services like this in the audience there, and this is the same kind of format they would do. And by this time, I was feeling so good. It did not matter what he was saying at this point, as long as he said it this way. Like this is how a good Chuck sermon went. It was the same emotional format of like, hey, look at this, but not. And now we're gonna move on, and then we're gonna move on, and we're gonna move on. It was like, you didn't linger anywhere long enough to think.
Yes.
And then after the emotional priming of the worship, and we get to the end, and like, I just feel good. This is the part where I don't care. He just says the things that seem like they should be said, and
yeah, they bring you along just to the point where you're feeling good about it. All right, now we're going to change subject before you can actually think about it, and so you can feel good about this thing now, but before you can actually think about that, now we're over here. It's like just so many good feels, and you don't have to think about any of it. It's great.
Which is how you build layers of cognitive dissonance and distortion.
Yeah. Right. But I'm just going to back this up just for my own amusement.
Chuck, wear different shirts. You're not super fat. This isn't helping. Stop.
But yeah.
To find God and be with God. So here's my call to action for you. Simply this: get into the Word of God. Get into God's Word and get God's Word into your heart.
Ryan, just get in the coffin. Ryan.
Look, you want Ryan in a coffin. That character, I want him in a coffin. That was perfect.
Do you remember that episode, though?
Oh, really vaguely. I really need to rewatch The Office. But the cringe comedy sometimes is too much for me because I empathize too much.
That could be a problem. I think that was from season 3. But it's where like Ryan, who was the temp for the first couple seasons, was now like a full time employee. So Dwight was trying to teach him sales, but in like the weirdest fucking ways possible, because of course. But what I loved, like, because what he was supposed to do at that point, that Ryan was like, no, I'm out. Like, he was supposed to wrestle like with Dwight's cousin Mose. Do you remember that character?
Mose was great.
Because he's like a big part of being a salesman is like, you have to vanquish fear. So Mose comes out just with the word fear like on his shirt. He's like, you now must wrestle Mose to the ground. He's like, no, I'm done. And Dwight's like, okay, fine. Like, Ryan, just get in the coffin. He's like, but so after he leaves, like, Mose is like, bye, Ryan. He seemed nice. And Dwight just goes, where are all the animals? What? Anyway, so but that's just what that made me think of, like when Chuck's just like, well, just get in the Bible, just get in the Word, just read it, and it's like,
hey, is it fair to say that Rainn Wilson is not enough unlike Dwight Schrute that I'm comfortable with Rainn Wilson?
No, I'm more uncomfortable with Rainn Wilson because apparently in real life he's Baha'i.
Oh, he's really fucking Baha'i, dude.
Yeah, and just listening to him talk about it, it's just like, yeah, that could be a whole other. I won't go.
He has a podcast called like Spiritual Boom or some bullshit. And I tried to watch it, and it seems like it's so much equal parts something I would enjoy listening to and something I can't stand that I can't watch it. And it confuses me. It makes me think something's wrong with me. That all these other people talk to Rainn Wilson like they love talking to him. Mm-hmm. And he's like brought a lot of joy or added something to their life. And I'm like, I don't know. Great for all of them. I'm missing it.
Yeah. Yeah, which like, yeah, yeah. I could go on about all of that, but I should probably refrain. All right.
A couple years ago, Kyle gave a message where he said, eat the Bible. Eat the Bible. And I want to encourage you to do that. I want to encourage you to eat the Bible, to see it as spiritual nourishment. And you can do that any way that works for you. For some of us, that's reading a paper Bible. For others of us, it's reading a digital Bible. For some of us, read the storybook Bible. For others of us, you can rap the Bible. I can give you some great recommendations if you want to listen to raps about the Bible. It doesn't matter how you get it. What matters is that you get it, that you eat the Bible, because it is the spiritual nourishment.
But like the whole thing, like Chuck, like, do you trust me to just read the Bible and say, well, here's what I think about this particular passage, like, and this is what it sounds like to me? It's like, or is there a very certain way that I'm supposed to be eating it, as it were?
Eat it. Nom, 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 nom.
Because here's the thing. I have read the Bible, Chuck, and to me, it's a mix of just a lot of nonsense, a lot of violence, and other things that, you know, would get us even less monetized than we are now, if such a thing were possible. Like,
well, here's what I think happened, Tommy. I think you ate it, but did you digest it?
I did, but it gave me severe heartburn.
So. Heartburn right on your scalp. It was weird.
Yes. Right.
Heartburn all up in my tumor. It's crazy.
Because apparently that which does not kill me will only make me atheist.
Hey, something that like I've only heard one person say, and it made me equally uncomfortable as amused, is when female coworker said something about telling a story about somebody being all up in their girl, and I was like, ha! Ha! That was like. Because I'm like, that's really funny. All because normally people would be like, all up in my business, but you said all up in your girl, which means like you're like talking about your genitals. It's kind of the euphemism that's happening. And I'm like kind of attracted to you. I'm uncomfortable.
A little bit. But
also knowing you didn't mean it at all that way, but like also you should have known that's the way.
Yeah. That's on you, whoever that was.
Yeah. Also, she went to the same college that one of my ex-girlfriends did. It was a Church of Christ college called Lipscomb, pronounced Lipscomb, spelled Lipscomb.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Both are bad.
This is true. Very true. Anywho.
Hey, our very first episode, you get to hear a little bit about that first serious girlfriend. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I can't remember
about ex-girlfriends.
You're talking about our 3 Beer Gospel, first episode of that.
Yes. Yeah,
right? Yeah. That I did cut out a lot.
Probably should
have. Of ex-girlfriend talk. I don't remember if that was left in or not. But so to tell you like how far we've come from this, I remember our very first recording of 3 Beer Gospel. It ended up being 4 hours, and we were like, "Well, that's ridiculously long."
But hold on. Some things weren't like great to share with the public.
Yeah, so I ended up cutting it down to 2 hours because like, okay, that's more reasonable.
And honestly, I don't know if we were. I was gonna say legible, but that's not understandable.
Yeah. Also,
we were quickly drunk enough that like it. Some things were just not understandable.
Also, David, hey.
I can't see what that is. Oh, pointing to the play button.
Hey. Shut up.
For some reason, it's a lot more blurry when you post it like on the stream.
Yeah. It's also orange on the screen, but in like the side chat here, the play button is blue. I don't understand.
I need to get some computer glasses so I can play games again. Because playing games like this is just. Look, part of the time I'm trying to escape from me being older, and like sometimes it hurts to sit up.
This is true. It does.
So looking through my bifocal lens is playing a video game is just too sad sometimes. Dude, we're gonna be all someday. People in our generation are gonna be playing Wii with a walker. It's gonna happen. We're gonna be playing GoldenEye on like the highest resolution TV humanity has ever seen.
Like, wow, this was actually kind of looked like shit, but
like it's more clear than real life.
Yeah. Still fantastic game though, but
kind of perfect.
Mm-hmm. Anywho, speaking of perfect, here's a not that. Yeah.
In fact, in Ezekiel 3:3, God said this to Ezekiel. He said, "Son of man, feed your belly with this scroll that I give you and fill your stomach with it." And he says, "Then I ate it, and it was in my mouth and as sweet as honey." I want you to go ahead and take out that honey stick.
We're doing honey now.
You're online, at home, whatever you.
Oh my God, that was such a hard left into the honey. That wasn't even a great verse for it. There was no emotional connection. That was all. You got to be on board with the metaphor to like get anything out of that.
Yeah. So let's.
You missed the crescendo moment. Do the honey at the crescendo.
Right. But let's watch him enjoy the honey.
You have that sweet. Go ahead and take that out. And a way to make this work is like pick an end and pinch it. And take the rest of it. You're going to take it, make sure it's vertical, make sure the other end is vertical. And you're just going to like put it in your mouth right at the end. Bite.
Right in your mouth.
Pop it.
Pop
and that should open it up. I love honey. It's so sweet. While you're enjoying the taste of that.
That was weirdly uncomfortable, right?
It was. It was like, here's the thing. It was not sexual enough to feel comfortable making that internal reference. But like enough for it to happen.
It still definitely happened, but you're like, this shouldn't be happening right now, but it is.
He's like, pinch it, and then he's like, ah. And step by step, and the ums on the mic.
Yeah, he's like,
Stop it. Don't make it weird.
Like that noise. Yeah. It's yeah. Yeah, no, this is definitely a comedy show. Yep. I wish. No, they are deadly.
And they did the thing where the band materializes. Suddenly you realize the band is out there.
Oh yeah. They just appear in the background there.
Honey. I'm going to tell you why we have these honey sticks.
Oh, good.
It's because in Europe.
That first, actually.
Yeah, like let's all eat the honey, and now I'll tell you why I made you eat honey. Like, we're doing this out of order, dude.
Jewish families, when their children turn 5 or 6, it's the first time they're introducing them to the books of the Torah, their Bible. And what they do on that first day, when 5 or 6-year-old kids sit down, is they have them at a table, and they have all the letters of the Hebrew alphabet laid out on that table. And they smear all the letters with honey. So that the first thing that every Jewish child in Europe tastes or thinks about when they read the Bible is how sweet God's word is.
Okay, like, so, and again, I want to be careful with this because it's like, I'm all for like people having like their traditions, especially when it comes to their religion and their culture and everything. But the question that comes to mind is like, okay, because the idea here is to realize how sweet like these words of the law or of the scripture are. But I'm like, okay, how sweet are they actually on their own? If you need to literally cover all the letters with honey to make the child realize it.
Yeah. Also, I could see somebody saying, like, we're trying to make it, it's a deep connection children can't make at that age, so we're trying to make it relevant to them.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I can't help but get the feeling like this could be something that could be repeated as a cultural thing without it being religious. Like I listen to the majority. Well, it's a video stream on YouTube, but I listen to it mostly. The Majority Report and Sam Cedar, which is pronounced Seder, and he's Jewish. He says Cedar.
Yeah. Real quick, bye, Lyra. Have fun at work, or if you have fun at work, I don't know.
Wow.
But yeah, thanks for stopping by. Good to see you.
Morning where you are.
Yeah.
Good morning to you.
Yes.
Have a good have a. I hope you have a good day at work. I don't know if that's possible. Depends where you work.
Yeah. Just have a good day, whatever that looks like for you.
Regardless.
Yeah. Anywho, as you were saying.
So Sam he'd probably call himself agnostic, but agnostic atheist. But still, yeah.
Yes. And this bothered me too. Thank you, David.
Yeah, never mind that milk and honey is a sexual euphemism.
Right.
So Sam, he still celebrates like the Jewish high holidays and did a bar mitzvah with his son. Neither him nor his son are religious, but they do it as like a cultural remembrance. Like this is who we are. This is where we come from. And even though like we don't believe in God, this still shapes who we are. And so we keep in touch with that. Like, that's cool. And to me, that means more than it being like just a faith. Like, just a faith seems small now to me. It's bigger to treat like Christianity as like part of how I got where I am. So it's a part of who I am. And you can't make as much sense of me as you could if you paid attention to the background. Yeah. So it's a cool metaphor. People who do it like super religiously are a little too easy for them to do some crazy shit.
Right. Yeah, but again, with this illustration about like covering the letters with honey and stuff, again, I just can't help but come back to it. Like, if it really were as sweet as it claims to be, you wouldn't need to do that.
But Tommy, honey actually is sweeter than sugar. Like, if you're using honey, you actually have to change how much of it you're using in a recipe when converting from sugar.
Right. So when people actually are reading these words in these books and it doesn't have that same effect on them, then maybe it's not actually that good. I don't know. Just the fact that you have to add honey to it to drive the point home to me, like, it's like, because this was one of the big things for me, like a big point of like guilt that I felt like growing up in Christianity, because we're told like, oh, this like relationship with God is supposed to be like the most loving and most fulfilling. And like when we do anything Christian-y, like reading your Bible or singing worship songs or like going to church, like this is supposed to be like so awesome and so fulfilling. But I'm just like, I find it kind of boring and annoying. But now I feel bad because I don't love it more than everything else in the entire world. And like when I'm at church and I would rather be doing literally anything else, I'm like, oh no, I'm a terrible person now. And so, yeah.
Little did you know, the Old Testament is prone to hyperbole.
What?
Hyperbole? What?
Oh, and Gord's making Kip cry. Like all kinds of stuff is going on.
You woke him up just to make him cry? That's mean.
And thank you. At least someone woke him up. That's all I care about. Anyway.
Man, it'd be terrible if someday Kip was like, all the stuff you say makes me feel bad about me. Like, I'd legit feel bad.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, like every once in a while, I actually do feel compulsed. Like, Kip, you do understand we actually like you, right?
And the only reason we do it is because it seems to not affect you at all.
Yeah, so it's almost like therapeutics. Like, so basically, all the shit I wish I could say to so many other people that I genuinely do hate, but it would actually make an actually like awkward situation if I actually expressed all this stuff. You're like, I like it. All right, here you go.
Also, I think it's still difficult to process Kip is here.
There's also that as well. But anywho,
Back to the locker
I told
gnome.
you. All I can tell you is if you
Back to the locker gnome.
lock me in a room away from all the professional preaching stuff, and you just said, Chuck, tell me the truth. What do you really believe about the Bible? Nobody's here.
and also, so in this scenario,
why does it matter what you believe about it, though?
Another good question. But to me, like, I don't know, like, how convincing it is when he's setting up this scenario. It's like, well, here's what I really think. If you pull me away from all the like the preaching environment type stuff, here's what I would say. But he's telling us smack fucking dab in the middle of this preaching environment that he said, well, if you pull me away from this thing that I am literally like elbow deep in right now,
which
like, here's what I would say. Like, yeah. All right, but what is he?
I think he just reiterates, probably.
Well,
from all the professional preaching stuff, and you just said, Chuck, tell me the truth. What do you really believe about the Bible? Nobody's here. You don't have to perform. What do you really believe about the Bible? All I can tell you is this: taste and see that the Lord is good. Yes. All I can share.
A little bit of acknowledgement. This could be a performance,
right? But also,
because they'll do like 3 back-to-back sermons, whatever, lessons, services, and deliver it the same way every fucking time. And it's kind of jarring to sit around long enough to like hear another service where they're saying the same thing the same way, and you're like, oh, that felt genuine and touching, but now it just feels like a rerun.
Oh yeah, because like when I volunteered with the sound team, like there were some weekends where I literally sat through all 5 messages across like 2 on Saturday and 3 on Sunday, and I was like, yeah, this just seems like a performance now. But
Brian was the least consistent.
Yes, this is very true.
There were definitely crowds that he vibed with more than others.
Yeah. So, but yes, now they're turning on the damn sermon music. Yeah, because we're getting to that point. But
the slow swelling of the background music.
Right, but to Chuck.
I love it though.
Oh, I know you do.
Give us a truffle shuffle.
Anyway, to Chuck's challenge there, I guess, is like just see. Like, this is how I know. Like, it just try it for yourself. You'll see it. Like, okay, Chuck. Well, I and so many others.
I tried and then didn't see.
So
I saw for a minute and then it went away.
Yeah, so because like he's selling it as like, this is my best selling point to all of you. Just taste and see. All right, or I did, and I found it severely wanting, to put it mildly.
And the whole time,
now
trying to find God more and more, right?
Right? Yeah.
Wasn't like, this is bullshit at some point. I'm like, I will only pay attention from now on to things that.
Yes, the lockers are getting closer.
They might be. There's definitely black lines that didn't used to be there.
Yeah, but yeah. So all right, so Chuck, like if you're watching or anyone who can relate this to Chuck, it's like, all right, we tried it, we tasted it, we saw, and it. I wish I could say all it did was it does nothing for me, but there was actually quite a bit of negative that it does for me as well. Like, I wish it only did nothing for me.
It was kind of like an apple cinnamon rice cake where like it tastes good like right away, and you're like, oh, that was nothing after you eat it.
And then you remember, oh yeah, this is also a fucking rice cake.
It's like, this fucking flavored air. I do kind of like some puffed rice though, like a puffed rice cereal. Put like a little bit of real sugar in there, or some honey.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Honey
Okay.
smacks, honey flavored
Oh.
styrofoam. Get out of town. It's delicious.
Right? For no fucking reason, but yeah.
And Fruity Pebbles. It's just sugary crisp rice should not be that good.
Mm-hmm.
Also, you haven't lived till you've had too many of those in like a mixing bowl, and you're using a serving spoon to eat it. Did that in college, and I was
That's
like,
probably true.
"Oh my god, this is living! Like I can't top this experience." Just the dopamine rush from the sugar and a giant spoon in a giant bowl. I was like, I'm so tiny, and there's so much.
Indeed, but I think David kind of nails it here. Yeah, usually the music swelling is happening because there's a point being made in the sermon, but so far, all the sermons I've seen from this church have failed to nail the landing. Yes, because the music's there to make you think that they're nailing it.
And here's the thing: like you go to this church not to exercise your brain or your faith quite so much as your feels, and
Yes.
so there's a whole like emotional priming section of worship music before this. And it's all geared towards getting people into an emotional state where like the sermon sounds and feels better than it is.
Yes, exactly.
So yeah, it is empty. And when you're going there to get the God feels, it does work. But if you're looking for anything else, there's nothing there.
Yeah, for pretty much.
With you is what David wrote in Psalm 119, 103, when he says, "How sweet are your words to my taste, sweeter than honey to my mouth. I've tasted and seen, and I can."
So sweeter than honey. So if the words themselves are sweeter than honey, why do we need to add honey to convince us that they're sweet?
Well, so you can imagine it's sweeter than that, which you can't do, but it feels spiritual.
Okay.
I will say, okay, something that does taste sweeter than honey. My daughter's birthday was well, it's actually today, but we did cake yesterday, and we got a cake from a local bakery, and apparently there's such a thing as high quality sugar. It smelled amazing. It smelled like how scented sugary candles should smell, and I think it's that the sugar is like so powdered that they use that it like turns into glucose in your mouth at like a higher rate than typical for like table sugar. And so it's a crazy dopamine hit.
Ooh.
So that is what I imagine being sweeter than honey tastes like. Also, heroin's like that. Like, it's not good to be seeking these kinds of highs.
Good point. But hey, we got a nitty back.
Oh, we found our nitty.
Hopefully back to lurking.
Wondered where I put that.
45 minutes pretending to be a hardcore Calvinist. Please say it's in a form that I can watch later.
Speaking of Calvinists, the head pastor of this church, now in exile, went to a Calvinist seminary, which is weird that he's like weirdly evangelical.
Yeah, but then dropped out or something or flunked out.
Yeah, so he's like a Calvinist. So he's an evangelical, but also acknowledges it doesn't matter.
God.
Kind of makes a lot of sense of things, really.
Right. All right.
Tell you, the Bible is legit because the God of the Bible is legit. The Bible is true because the God of the Bible is true.
Did you catch that? Like, he literally almost said the Bible is true because the Bible is true. Did you hear that?
I thought he did.
No. Well, okay, he essentially did, but let's hear this again.
I've tasted and seen, and I can tell you, the Bible is legit because the God of the Bible is legit.
How do you know the God of the Bible is legit? Because the Bible says so.
Because he's tasted and seen, man, and had the dopamine hit. Also, Can we all acknowledge that the phrase "to my mouth" is uncomfortable?
A little bit.
When do you use that?
All right, so what he just
said... Never. It's like I can't think of a situation where that would ever be comfortable.
Yeah. Me neither. All right, so I just want to back him up one more time. Just hear this.
Tasted and seen. And I can tell you, the Bible is legit. Because the God of the Bible is legit.
So again, we know the Bible's legit because the Bible says that its God is legit. But listen to this, what he says right here. I think he's literally about to say the Bible is true because the Bible says it's true or something like that. But
so Nitty got high as fuck off something, and I think it was trolling. I kind of be like, Nitty, try some real drugs. I mean, that's cool and all.
Hey, whatever does it for you, man. That's cool. But all right, so listen to but listen to Chuck here and listen to what he kind of almost says.
The Bible is true because the God of the Bible is true.
He literally almost said the Bible is true because the Bible is true. But he's like, the Bible, the God of the Bible is true, right?
I still heard it as the Bible
because
is
the God
true,
of the Bible
is true. Like I know he didn't say that, but because of the way he said it, that's how it came across.
Mm-hmm.
The Bible is true because the God of the Bible is true. And the Bible's for you because God of the Bible is for you.
Oh, so that's where like they really hook your emotions. Is like, this is why the Bible's for you because the God in the Bible is for you, which is literally saying the same thing as the Bible is for you because you're just referencing back to the thing. Say, yeah. So that's like saying like the Lord of the Rings is a great story because the characters in it are great. It's like, okay.
I'm not saying this church is a cult. I would never say that because they have attorneys. No. But I will say it had kind of a culty effect on me. I assume it has a culty effect on other people. Which is something that if you see it in isolation, then it sounds like garbage. I think they really do know that it's not about what they say, it's about how they say it. Because as fine-tuned as it kind of seems to be for having a culty effect on people, they're either accidentally nailing it or it's not a mistake that it's patterned after a Fortune 500 company. Because
yeah,
like high-level marketing, it is high-level manipulation. And I think every service is just marketing for the next service or for being a member, staying a member.
Mm-hmm.
Which is how cults are.
Yeah, that tracks.
Also, ChatGPT said, if Crossroads was a person, it would be a cult leader.
I mean, I can't say it's wrong.
And a cult leader is not a cult in themselves.
Right. Yeah.
But the effect it has on the other people.
But hey, just...
Totally not a cult, though. I'd like to go on record as saying I firmly believe that it's not a cult. That was...
Yeah.
It may have been meant to be intentional, but it actually also kind of happened while I was saying it for real.
Yeah, right. Yeah, this just I feel like I need to put this disclaimer back up on the screen here. Yeah, this is all just...
Also, allegedly, they may not have the cash available to actually do anything, but just in case. Allegedly.
Right. Yeah. So put this out there.
We may or may not be gleeful about the fact that things are hard.
But hey, like all these trying times, like they're just there to test their faith so they can like come out of this even stronger, right?
Hey, and members of that church, you can just give money directly to International Justice Mission working in India to free girls from sex slavery. It doesn't have to be through Crossroads.
Yeah, literally anything that you think Crossroads is great because they're doing this thing in this area, in this community, like you can literally just give your money straight to that thing.
Actually, a bigger return. Guaranteed.
Yes. So, anywho.
Way to middleman the fuck
Thinking about this weekend, and an oldie but goodie song came to mind. It's probably been years since we sung this song at Crossroads, and this song predates Crossroads, so some of you might know it.
All right, so they're about to sing a song.
Wait, which one is it? Sweeter than honey to my lips. Is it that?
I think so, yeah.
There's a reason why you don't sing it, because it's...
your name is like honey on my lips. Yeah. So...
Which the reason why you don't sing it is because it sounds like second class... Sorry.
I
was going to be Lutherans for a second. Just for no good reason, as they were a vehicle for the joke.
Anyway, but also, like, fair play to this guy. Great singer. He does a great job with the song. But, yeah, we're not...
Is it a new person, or is it...
I have no idea.
You do have to be good.
God, I just...
What's that?
The minor fluctuations in the notes and stuff, you do have to be pretty good to sing this song well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he did a great job, but yeah, we're just not bothering with that.
Pray that we would taste and see. Man, if we're new to the Bible, we don't know where to start, God, just guide us. The easy thing is just jump into the Crossroads app and read along with all of us, including me. It'd be great to just have you there. God, whatever it is.
Seems like the easy way would be to talk to God.
Yeah, but also, like, did you notice how, like, he's still, like, he was in prayer mode with his eyes closed, but he switched from talking to God to, like, talking to the people and then back to God again? It's like, is he praying or shilling? What is going on here?
Seems real either way.
Yeah, but I just want to see that again.
New to the Bible, we don't know where to start. God, just guide us. The easy thing is just jump into the Crossroads app and read along with all of us, including me. It'd be great to just have you there. God, whatever it is, whatever's going to bring us...
Wait, is telling God to go into the Crossroads app and read the Bible along?
That's the easiest way. That's how you get God's data.
That's how they know he's real.
That's why they want everybody to do the app in the congregation, so they can, like, data mine the hell out of fucking everything they do.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't doubt it if they're tracking eye movement and shit. Like,
yeah. Because this is something I noted, like, when we were watching the message, like, with Kip last month. Like, there's a reason that, because, like, they have these sermons on their website and on YouTube, and the reason I keep watching it on YouTube is because you can tell, like, with your Chrome tabs, like, how much memory a tab is making up, and the Crossroads site is using way more memory than the YouTube site, like by at least a couple hundred megs or whatever it is.
Damn, they're all up in your shit.
Yeah. So
do you have a tracker blocker or privacy badger thing?
No, but
I recommend Privacy Badger. It's really awesome.
Yeah, but that sounds like that's just more things to run that would make my computer more mad. Because
I don't think it might. I don't think it does. If it does, it's because you're on a website that is heinous.
Okay. Because I will say, like, this is not a super high quality laptop that I'm using right now.
It's like an early Acer Chromebook or something.
Well, no, it's like I've only had it for a few years, but it is just I'm like, this was the whole part of, like, me, like, moving out, getting my own place. Okay, I need my own computer. What's, like, the cheapest thing I can get that still actually works? And that's what this is.
Yeah, see, that's the problem, because then, like, it won't. It's a very short time before it's problematic. Buying a computer or a laptop is hard because you really got to spend, for it to be worth it, you have to spend more than you can.
Yeah, I think it was under 500.
That's actually not bad though for not long. Like, if it's not going to be great for very long.
Yeah, I think I spent like maybe like 450. I went through like Dell, the whole like build your own. So like I went higher on I went like a little higher on like the RAM and the processor speed,
That should have
but
been all
like
right.
but like everything else, including like just like the literal body of the computer and like specifically like its like internal like fans and cooling system.
Oh, that
Not
can do a lot.
Yeah, and it's not doing a lot. So,
Yeah, because if it can't cool itself off, it says, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Let's not get too
yeah,
intelligent."
yeah, I think that's the main problem that I keep running into is all that. But
Hey,
anywho,
that reminds me of data centers.
oh good.
Why the fuck aren't they putting solar panels on the roofs of these things?
Ah,
It's just these fucking rectangle, like flat ass buildings. Some of them have things on top. There's room for solar panels. And then Elon has like a bunch of like methane generators or some shit that are like belching out stuff to make the community sick. It's like you fucking make batteries. Like, put some solar panels on that shit.
right?
What are you even doing?
I don't know.
Use your own goddamn tech. Like, you don't make methane generators. What are you doing? You paid somebody else for that. Pay your own goddamn self for some solar panels.
Right? Yeah, yeah, definitely. Like what we heard was definitely Chuck inviting God to use their app. But yes, God, get yourself a good VPN.
That is
if you're there.
absolutely how it went.
Yep.
As sacrilegious as that was.
Yeah, same. If I get too hot, I get less smart. Such is the way of things.
If I get too hungry, I get more mad. Weirdly, I debate better though. However, it's with my spouse.
Interesting. All right then.
And I just get overwhelming, and she's like, "What?" And I'm like, "Ha! I'm winning. Also, I'm losing. I don't like this."
I must admit there are some things about marriage I don't miss. But,
I know, right?
But you two are doing great, and I mean that sincerely. But anyway,
yeah.
To a place where we interact with the Bible and it begins to do for us what you promise it will do for us. I just pray that we would say yes to that. And I pray in this whole series, God, that we would just be open to asking good questions and believing, God, that you will answer. You'll meet us. You'll meet us in our questions. You'll meet us in our skepticism. You'll meet us in our doubt. And you will meet us in our faith in you. I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
All right. Well, Chuck, he didn't meet me in my skepticism and doubts. So,
well, you did something wrong then.
What did I do wrong? Because literally what I did
will never fail you.
Okay, but here's literally what I did. Is like I just sat in my garage for an hour and said,
there's your problem.
God.
Wasn't long.
Well, it wasn't in my car while it was running. That's different. But no,
I mean, you're gonna find out for sure then if you do that.
Right. I literally just sat there for an hour and I told God, okay, God, if you are real, let me know. I'm here. For an hour, heard absolutely fucking nothing.
But you tested him when he didn't want to be tested. So it's okay to test him when he wants to be tested. Apparently, he didn't want to be tested right then.
Oh, he didn't want to be tested. He wanted to be tasted. That was my problem. Fuck.
Right.
So close. Yeah.
Oral fixation. What?
because tasting isn't a type of testing.
You're talking about like loving anyone in the same like section as talking about tasting.
Mm-hmm.
That's just very sexual.
This is true.
I don't know how you avoid that. Like, yep. I don't know how you avoid that.
You don't. You don't.
Also, the way Chuck says "taste and see that I am good," kind of gross. I don't like it. It's all breathy and shit. Don't be breathy when you say that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a little weird.
I mean, Chuck, you don't say those words in that voice to your wife. Why are you doing it now? But it up, Chuck.
Anyway.
What are you trying to pull?
Yeah, tasting God in a parking lot could get you charged depending on state laws. Yes, so be careful out there, everyone. All right, so after listening to this entire
be
sermon,
careful out there, everyone. Yeah, everyone. Really, you didn't really use your discernment in parking lot tasting.
Right. Yeah. So, all right. So after hearing the entire sermon, like, so do we trust the Bible now, everyone? Did it work?
No, if you didn't already trust it, that was all about reassuring people who trusted. People who were afraid that on some level they were afraid that they would not trust at some point, and it was about reassuring them they're okay, that won't happen to them. But it did nothing for anybody who was struggling with tasting it. It wasn't good.
But also, like, are you sure he doesn't speak that way to his wife?
Well, she's Puerto Rican, so okay, based on AOC and Jennifer Lopez, I'm gonna say that like she probably would see through that shit, and she's also in charge. So where does he get off? Taking any kind of initiative.
Right. Yeah. See, this is why I don't trust churches, because they don't help me trust the Bible. Exactly. But yes, ironic scholars like Dr. Kip Davis help us trust the Bible. Yeah. Well,
yeah,
I would say, like, help me
what it actually is.
Yeah, help me actually understand what it's actually doing. It's like, oh, yes.
And it's awesome as a mirror for humanity, because we're not that far removed from looking at things that way. And
yep,
it does help you know yourself more when you look at it as a human product. Which is kind of even more of what it seems like remembering the Old Testament, what it was even supposed to do in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah.
It's all about remembering where your people came from, who you are, and where you're probably going because of that.
Right.
Also, God.
Yeah. In there somewhere. All right. Well, I think that's all I got left in me for this. So yeah.
I'm gonna go eat some Skyline chili. I didn't finish my dinner.
I'm feeling some honey nut Cheerios.
Your mic is doing a thing. What'd you say?
I was thinking honey nut Cheerios.
Ooh, also fantastic.
Or the or I guess the Kroger equivalent.
Just
because
good.
Yeah.
The Aldi's version of Honey Nut Cheerios is also good.
Ooh, have not had that.
But
I did recently go to an Aldi, but from what I found, because I remember, because like I don't usually go to Aldi, I normally go to Kroger, but I went there with my daughter because we were both interested in, like, okay, is it actually cheaper?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. It depends.
That is true.
Some things are cheaper, some things aren't. Or even if it is cheaper, it's maybe by a little bit, but the thing is, like,
I would say the snacks are definitely cheaper. Mm-hmm. And the Aldi beer is cheaper.
Yes, but I say the main thing, the meat.
That is definitely cheaper.
Yeah, because like basically while we were there, I also had like the Kroger app open, like, and we were looking at different items. Okay, what does this cost at Kroger right now? Like the meat, like specifically, I think ground beef at Aldi, it was about per pound. It was cheaper by about $2, which is a lot.
Yeah, their chicken can be hit or miss though. Like the chicken thighs is all you got.
Yeah, but the cheese at Aldi was actually more expensive than Kroger.
But it's probably better. Did it taste better?
I don't know. We didn't get it, but
like they have, dude. Aldi's has dessert hummus. I didn't know it existed, but they have
that's
the vanilla and the chocolate. Whole Foods doesn't have dessert hummus.
Yeah.
I would think if anyone should be pulling off that shit.
Yeah, so basically my main impression was, okay, when it came to things like meat and like some dairy things like milk and yogurt, like I said, not cheese, but
yeah. Toilet paper and tissues are cheaper also.
Yeah. But the thing is, like, whenever I shop at Kroger, I'm pretty much always getting the things that are on sale.
So it's probably about the same then.
Yeah. So, yeah. But anyway.
Also, Kroger tracks the fucking hell out of you, and I would not be surprised if they're tracking your cell signal through the store.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Walmart does that. Target sort of does.
Mm-hmm.
One hardware store, like it was either Home Depot or Lowe's, does, but the other one doesn't. Which really surprises me that if you have like a huge corporation store like that, like why not track the fuck out of people? Like, what are you even doing?
Yeah, right.
Anyway. What kind of fascist are you?
All right. Well, it sounds like we're out of things to talk about that are relevant to the video and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm sure other people are super interested in our discussion of local grocery stores. But
chocolate hummus with pretzel crackers. I need to make that happen. Are the when you say pretzel crackers, are you talking about like those they're like Snyder's of Hanover pretzels, but they're just completely flat? I forget who makes those.
Yeah. They're good though.
They are. Way too expensive.
Yeah, this is true.
It's like a few ounces for like $4 or $5, but it's flavored flour. Get over yourselves.
Anywho, all right. Well, any closing thoughts on Chuck trying to convince us that the Bible is awesome?
Well, I'd like to say he's doing his best.
I'd like to. Yeah.
Not your best, Chuck. You did your thing where you did the rise and the crescendo and then the calm down. Not nearly as orgasmic as it seemed like you were going for. Not your color. Or not your fabric. I don't know which one.
Yeah, or the cut of it, whatever. Yeah.
Look, all right, so there's certain fabrics that cling, right? And like doesn't matter what you do, they are high contrast and they are gonna show the fuck out of your contours. I know they're comfortable and they're breathable. Also, I used to run a marathon, dude. So I'm thinking probably not what you wanted to show off. So I'm confused.
Anyway, yeah. So
the shirt that says "I'm here to serve the Lord" between holes.
Exactly. Yes. All right. Well, thanks everyone for hanging out with us tonight. This was fun, as always. But yeah, so I guess we did decide, like, for the next several weeks, we're just going to be starting at 9 Eastern. So basically an hour.
Like that's happening.
Yeah. So an hour later than normal is when we start, at least through early July. But yeah, but speaking of July 8th at 9:30, an extra special time. We're having Kelly, the Detroit Atheist Queen, on. Still don't know what we'll be doing. We should probably talk with her about that. Whatever it is.
They're probably a little bit of 4 days after the rebirth of the country. This time, the God version. It's never been dedicated to God before, Tommy. Not even George fucking Washington did this. Yeah. The deist himself.
Yeah, of course he did. It's almost like he didn't do it on purpose, but no, that can't. Yeah. But anywho, so
almost like he'd be appalled by most of this.
Almost. All right. Well, so thanks everyone for joining us tonight. And again, like the usual things, if you haven't already, please like it if you liked it. Obviously, share it if you can think of anyone else who might also enjoy this. Like, we are still, I guess, trying to get up to 200 subs.
Sure.
And hey, if you want to hear like the man camp stories and hear why Elon Musk's Elden Ring build was shit or whatever else we said we were going to do for that night.
I do kind of feel like the Man Camp stories though would come out best if we were answering questions about Man Camp also.
Yes.
I feel like that'd be the most entertaining way for it to come out.
Yeah, so that'll also be a big part of the night.
Coming out, Man Camp. I'm sorry. Speaking of closets.
Yeah, it's just we're all just going to go camping in a giant closet or something. But yeah, so that'll be another part of the like 200 subs thing. We'll just kind of do like an ask us anything kind of thing. So including Man Camp questions.
Man Camp. It doubles as gay foreplay.
Fair enough. All right.
A little bit.
Yep. All right. Well, I think that's all I got. So yeah, do the whole like, subscribe, share, comment if you're watching later, please. Like, we love hearing people's thoughts when they're watching this after the fact.
Love your neighbor, punch your neighbor. Both are good stories.
There you go. Yeah, and yeah. Also, yeah. Happy Pride Month, everyone. Yeah, trans rights are human rights. And so on and so forth.
What are we even doing if they're not?
Yeah. So
kind of nothing fucking matters as if it's not human rights, it's nobody's rights.
Yeah. Was the closet bigger on the inside than on the outside? It's kind of like the TARDIS, I guess. Yes, Man Camp. It's just one big gay TARDIS.
There's an anal joke in there somewhere.
Yep, there certainly is. All right, well, that's yeah. I think I'm done. So Matt,
I'm probably done.
All right, take us out.
That was hard work. May your things and stuff be forever with your people.
Good night, everybody.